Ladies and gentlemen, I'm back. We need to have a chat. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna sit here a moment, let a couple of people stream in. Just wait a couple seconds. It's also gonna help with regards to the highlight reel, because I'm gonna put this in the highlight reel. See, I should pull a Jesse Gender and just sit here and sit on Twitter and argue about Call of Duty while I'm doing this. No, just kidding. Okay. Good morning. What have we got tomorrow? We got Dragon Hunter, Loner, Tim, Bleed Tival, and Stormchucker. What is going on? And Alex. Oh God, it's Alex. Run. I mean. Hello, Alex. Please don't kill me, Alex. I'm begging you. All right. What? That's strange. There we go. Wily Bots was being weird for a second. All right, let's do the rant. I'm gonna leave you here so you got some music to listen to and something cool to look at while I'm doing this. Yeah, real quick. Today's Nintendo Direct just really underwhelming. Extraordinarily underwhelming. What the crap? We are... God, I don't even know Stormchucker, which is part of what I want to talk about. Okay, so... one of the things I always value from viewers is feedback and also subs that interrupt my rants. So I'm going to come back to that in a minute. Remember, you can put that for up to 3 things, Julito. So... timestamp. One of the things I always value is feedback. And one of the most consistent feedback I've gotten for about the last 2 or so sessions, it's actually close to 3, so little over a day's worth of streaming of this game has been how boring the game has been. And I feel that too, because I've been pretty bored lately. And that's not an answer, right? Like, that's not a review, that's not helpful, that's not informative. The whole question, you know, obviously if you don't enjoy something, that's a negative, but we need to crucible down into why. Why has this game been boring? And I spent some time thinking on it, and I think I actually have an answer for this. Hi, Jesse. The game is clearly built on the bones of the first game, but structured completely differently. The first game did 2 things extraordinarily right. It tied everything around one mechanic, and then it continuously gave you methods to bypass that mechanic. And that mechanic is death. At every point of Subnautica 1, your progress and your capacity is directly tied to depth. Before you have a vehicle, how far you can go down and how much time you can spend down is determined by your oxygen capacity. So that's getting better oxygen and getting faster swimming speed allowed you to literally dive deeper. And if you were paying attention, the shallows is way up here on the surface, and it goes down in all directions, except for towards the ship, which is obviously kind of separate. But everything, like if you look at a 3D render, the shallows is up here, but as you go out, in order to even explore the other zones, you had to go to more depth, right? So the zone design, the flow, the progression, and your capacity was all tied to depth. And when you start getting vehicles, they could go down, but you could only go so far down because those vehicles had depth limits. But even that then kind of artificially extended it even further. Like you could go down 300, but then you could pop out and go down a little, an extra 100 or so because of the swimming mechanic, which used to serve you back on the surface. So it was a very natural progression, and it always went down. It was down, 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 down until you finally got to the Lost River. In which point, by the time you're at the Lost River, you generally have solved the death problem. But if you're paying attention, even the final stretch of the game, not the actual outro, that sucked, but the end game, going through the Lost River and the magma tunnels and the final lava lake, all of that was still tied to depth, right? It was still going down. So the whole game was structured around this. And that worked brilliantly. This game has nothing like that. So, first of all, yeah, exactly, Blade Trilly. It went way the hell down. This game, depth doesn't really have much to do with anything. The zones are structured such, and I've seen a 3D render of this, so they're mostly kind of flat, with occasional, like, chasms or cave structures that go down, but those all have things that allow you to go through them. Either the oxygen bubble plants, or, which is actually a good thing because it makes it more gradient, but also there's the vehicles themselves have no problem, like, getting you started and then going through the thing or whatever, like we did with the mine, or like we did with the chasm. In both cases, depth wasn't really relevant to the equation, so depth has effectively been removed as being a major mechanic of progression. Now, that's okay if we replace it with something, which they didn't. Now, I'm going to pause for a moment, but I want you to remember this point, because I'm going to build up to a third point. So let's build up our second point here, okay? The second point is this game has a much more directed flow towards its progression. You're supposed to go here and get this, which lets you get this, which lets you get this. I've talked about that several times during this run. The problem is they decided to not pull a Metroid. Let me explain what I mean by that. If you were to physically map out the optimal route through most Metroid games, there's a very clear flow to it. You go up here, which allows you access to here, which allows you access to here. You're always moving forward, and even the backtracking you do is what I call good backtracking, because either your capacity to go through the area has changed, or the environment itself has changed, or both. So you're even though it's doing this on the screen. Yes, I saw it, Geludo. I didn't confirm it because I'm in the middle of a rant. I even answered you. Yeah, you backtrack to go further, and it's brilliant because it's essentially a linear line, even though it's squiggling all over the map. But what this game has been doing is more like this. I'm actually going to map it out for you. Okay, go over here, then go back. Then go over here, and then go back. Go out here, and then go back. And this has been progression, honestly, since the beginning of the game. It's just been getting worse because each step out has been going further out, or further down, or further away. The distance has been increasing each time we separate, but each time we have to go back, and then in the reconnoiter, and then we can go back over here, and then this, and then this. And this has been how this game has been doing. So it's very naturally backtracking in the worst way possible. So that's my second point. So they got rid of the flow of the depth, and they destroyed the flow of the backtracking. My third point is how I would fix all this. Because, obviously, moving stuff around would be another thing, but let's ignore that for just a second. What I think they should have done, my opinion, and this would involve a total reconstruction of the overworld, I'm going to be honest about that, is I think they should have made cold the new mechanic. We're coming here prepared. We know what we're getting into. We're sneaking in under Altera's thing. We've got lots of resources and bases going on. There's lots of reasons why we should be showing up here, and depth should effectively be a solved equation. And I mean just solve it. Don't even make it a thing. By the time you gain access to the truck, it can go down to like 1,000 meters. By the time you get access to the prawn, it can go down to 17. Depth is gone. Replace it with cold. Make it so that we need vehicles which have cold modules to be able to tolerate colder temperatures. Make it so we can only go so far without freezing. Basically, it's almost one-to-one if you're thinking about it. If you make cold the mechanic instead of depth, instead of oxygen, then it's still going to be that kind of natural, gradual, okay, we can go further, we can go further. We get the thermal suit, we get the increased swim speed, we gain access to the first truck, which can withstand certain types of temperatures, but needs modules to be able to withstand further temperatures, and make it so that as we progress throughout the area, it gets colder and colder and colder, and that's where all the stuff is, and we just kind of work our ways down. And then, yeah, exactly, Dragon Center. And if we were then to really take this the final step, and I do think this is a good idea, make it so that the surface is the coldest. That's the final area. You could see it right there, but it's so cold that you only have seconds just seconds without all the protection needs. So you get up there, you get the prawn fully equipped with all the cold modules, and then the prawn can go on the surface, and that's when you finally explore the surface and find the bases, which are completely frozen over. Instead, cold is barely a mechanic. Cold is like tacked on crudely, like someone stapled it onto the game, and depth is irrelevant, and it's constantly backtracking. So that's my overall rant. That's the thoughts I've been having percolating, and I think that's the biggest reason why the game hasn't been working for me. Hey, Mockingbirds, go rewind 10 minutes because I'm not repeating myself. So obviously all of that's going to be some negatives, but before we get into that, I do want to say thank you to Geludo, who ignored me completely. What I said, Geludo, was first of all, thank you, and second of all, if you want to put that towards up to 2 other things, remember that you can. And then I need to pull something. Give me a second, give me a second, give me a second. Need to get rid of this. Yeah, it's weird, Dragon Center. Like, I like the ideas they have here, and it's clear the game has moved forward in several mechanical ways, and mostly quality of life features. It's just the map and the flow and the progression are wrong, for lack of a better way to put it. Thank you, Wenlock. Always appreciate. I'll put that towards Patchwalker. Remember, you can put it towards up to 3 things, Mockingbirds, including my sexy, sexy voice. Oh, sorry, you hate it. That's right. Including my terrible, terrible voice. Take the Hearts block. And we've got Zastil, the Keeper. Yeah, exactly, Dragon Center. There's no real tension. The structure is just off. And yeah, the whole game's cold-themed, and yet cold barely matters. In the tiniest little way. Dealer's choice from Zastil. Thank you, Zastil. Hope you're dealing with the cold, cold, cold up there. Like, yeah, I'm okay with the game being more directed, really. Yeah, my voice is in desperate need of funding. I'm okay with the game being more directed, really. I like the idea of you have to get this, to get this, to get this, to get this. That's fine. But... Anyways, Mockingbirds is putting towards hard space shipbreaker. Edward Bador is putting... Everyone's putting towards one thing. I'll put it towards Deus Ex Human Revolution, and as a reminder, you can put it towards up to 2 things on that one. Yeah, no, exactly, Dakota. It's something I talk about so often. It's something can't just be done and it's good. Something being a strategy game isn't good. Something having RPG elements doesn't make it good. Something having direction doesn't make it good. Something having backtracking doesn't make it good. You can't just graft a concept onto a game and that automatically makes it good. You have to do it right. You have to make the concept good. That's what makes it good. Now, I don't know the full details of this game behind the scene, but from what I have heard and read, I think that since this was originally supposed to be expansion, and they threw out a lot of their ideas like halfway through development, I feel like... Yeah, exactly, Edward Bador. I feel like what happened here was they literally spent less time and effort focusing on the game on hand, and just honestly kind of threw it together a little bit. I know it's strange, Blade Travol. Good things are good. It's weird. Hi, Zach Deft. Okay, so... what the heck is persons of interest? Alright, so... How do I explain this? So we're going to do core mechanic, direction, bad, backtracking, bad, progression, which is actually leveling in concept, bad. And yeah, several people pointed this out. It's worth noting, Subnautica 1 was very directed. At almost every step of the way, you were very naturally designed towards trying to push your way down or push your way out. You had the radio, which was directing you directions. You had the ship. There was the sunbeam, which was naturally designed to get you to see the alien base, which was going to essentially get you hooked onto the main plot. And all of that was always pushing you further out and further down. And by sheer requirement of having to go further out and further down. You needed to get the upgrades. You needed to get the better vehicles. You needed to progress. Well, we're still having some issues, Mockingbirds. We'll see how this goes in a minute when I actually hit play. Let's see. Backtracking. Okay, that's everything there. Would I still recommend this game? Probably. I mean, it's still a good game. I'm pretty sure this is still going to be a net positive. But I wouldn't be surprised if this does not surpass its original. Like, the first game's early game was very strong, and mid-game was fantastic. And even its late game was still good. It was only its outro that sucked. And this one, early game is okay. Mid-game is actively bad, and I'm not sure if we've hit end game yet. Like late game. I need to add mid-game to the negative territory down here, because, ugh. But let's go ahead and hit play. I mean, we'll see. I wouldn't expect a net negative from this game, but I don't think it's going to hit 100 plus. First game did. Yeah, we'll see, Tim. I don't agree there. So how fast do I like my fast food? This is going to sound strange. I don't mind waiting on fast food, probably because I've worked in fast food. So I don't mind waiting for them to not hurry and rush and, you know, stumble over themselves trying to get me my food quickly. Okay, so if you remember, the last thing we were doing was going down to this base, which I have found off camera. You're probably thinking, why'd you find it off camera? Well, if you remember, I was having trouble finding it on camera. Is this the moon pool? Where are we? This is the moon pool over here. Pay attention, Laura. Favorite fast food chain? Probably Burger King or Taco. Nah, I think I'm going to do a Taco Bell. Possibly Shinizaga? I don't know. I don't know.
You again.
Can I help you? Well, of course I can, because you're there's no helping you, lady. Okay, I thought that was just floating in the air for a second. I didn't see the table. You cannot pet the puppy. There's no puppy petting. Ooh, we can make a fridge. Not sure what the point of that is. Unless it's storage, in which case, never mind. And a shower! Whoa. That's vaguely amusing. And a toilet. Do we get anything useful in here? Like, I spent several minutes finding this freaking place. Also, Wendy's. Wendy's is pretty good. Wendy's, Burger King, Taco Bell. I don't consider Subway fast food. Different category.
A fortnight into our voyage, I was more or less living inside the creature's ribcage. It meant shelter, and it meant food. The flesh was starting to rot. The stench was unlike anything I'd ever smelled. As we floated, the temperature dropped, and the rotten meat began to stiffen and freeze. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, the Reaper began to lose buoyancy. We sank a little each day. My sanctuary was becoming my tomb, and I was at the mercy of the current and the winds. Until one day, I saw a smattering of penguins in the distance. Swimming birds usually mean solid land of some kind. I was lucky. The winds followed their path. Hours later, I saw a blessed sight. An unmoving cloud sitting upon the water. Land. It renewed my spirit as I watched the land get closer and closer. The Reaper slowly sank, but I was no longer worried. When the Reaper finally sank below the water, I was close enough to lazily swim my way to shore. I made a note to come back for the Reaper's skull. I didn't ride the beast for 3 weeks to have no proof. Land never felt so good, even in this Arctic hell.
Meanwhile, someone has claimed ownership over my ship over there. Yeah, I caught that. That's probably a joke. Played too long. Okay, let's go ahead and about. Yeah, let's get the crap out of here. Okay, so that was worth nothing. Guess I can stop tracking that now. Stealth Reapers. Let's not think about that. And done. That's true. I got a shower. Worth it. Worth it. Yes, we learned that Maeda sat inside a rotting Reaper for 3 weeks to get here. I don't know much about ocean currents. But, huh? I mean, it would work really well, I think, Takoida. What's funny is you could build several games off of that same conceit, right? You could build a game centered around being the bartender. You could build a management game around managing the mobile bar. And you could build a game around being the trucker, gathering and moving the stuff. Or you could build a game on being one of the miners who then get the stuff to the truckers who take it to the bar. Like, you could just graft all that off of that one dinky little idea. eBay is... I don't hate eBay, Act, but eBay is critically unreliable, and I have no interest in reliability. Or rather, unreliability, excuse me. So, I kind of refuse to buy off of eBay because it's a complete coin flip. Yes, Storm Trucker, that's what she said. Amazon, by contrast, at the very least, the worst that can happen is that I will get my money back because Amazon's customer support, despite how terribly they treat their workers, has been excellent. Yeah, you're buying a cat in a bag, exactly. eBay is nope. That's not just personal experience, although obviously that is also personal experience speaking. There's also a little bit of something else on top of their act. If you allow everything, then it gets ridiculous at a certain point. So if I allowed anybody to add any game for any reason, it would get ridiculous at some point. So there need to be limits on what I allow. And saying, hey, I'm not going to buy physical copies of games from an unreliable source feels like a good limit. I still think this is cool. It really frustrates me how boring this game has gotten in the mid-game because there's some really cool ideas here, but whatever. Alright, so... Oh, where are we at? Where are we at? I think we're actually good on that front. Yeah, I think I've gotten a grand total of one thing ever from eBay, excuse me, from half.com, which was run by eBay, and had it not turn out badly. And that was a copy of Quake 2. And by that I mean 2 copies of Quake 2, because for whatever reason they sent me 2 CDs. I don't know. Interesting. Can't plant those. Can't plant any of those. I mean, it's getting a little anecdotal at that point, Dragon's Hunter, but you have to understand why I'm not willing to be like, hey, I'd like you to buy this game. This game is only available on eBay. Or worse, Chinese eBay. Which I forget what it's called, but there is a Chinese eBay, and it's extraordinarily unreliable. Oh, Jesus Christ. It's even less reliable than... no, that doesn't work. Alibaba, that's it. I can't believe someone else knew that. Yeah, Alibaba is just... Wow! I have actually tried to buy one thing off of Alibaba. And I say emphasize the tried to, simply because nobody else sold it. And there's also AliExpress, that's another thing. It was a mouse, consequently. It was a mouse they don't produce anymore. It's not really pick the mouse. What am I doing? I am building growths. Let's make growths happen. That doesn't sound weird out of context at all. I mean, caveat emptor and all that, but it's just... That's sort of the point, isn't it? I am emptoring. Whatever the proper context for that would be. There they are. Nickel. Exactly, Evo. See, Evo understands. She gets it. That's right, actually, Mockingbirds. I have never used a ThinkPad that I'm aware of. Alright, so that was way too many subs. Let's look at this here. So, Dark Prince Ribbon. 10 subs, Jesus. That's going towards Ace Combat 0. I feel like this is what you've been donating for lately. Batman, Arkham, Origins, and City. Dragons, Dogma. Thank you very, very, very much, Dark Prince Ribbon. Always appreciate. Thank you. I'll put that towards buying my niece Indian food last night. Longest I was willing to wait on food. That needs to be narrowed down more. Like, I've gone without food for weeks before. Is that what you're talking about? I've also, cooked before. Things that take literal days to cook. Proper roast. I say days, that's inaccurate. Like a day. Proper roasting, proper slow cooking. That's something you fire and forget and leave overnight, kind of a deal. Do it, Eternus. Do it! Defend it! And fail! Oh, sorry. What I mean by that is I look forward to listening to your extremely detailed, excellent defense. Okay, there, we're growing stuff. Still working on one rod. Okay, so... I guess we've got some artifacts to get that we haven't. Okay, sure, let's go do that. Let's go do that. Let's make that into water, because water is the worst. Preston's plant leaf and fevered pepper. Interesting. Either way, I guess about a day and a half would be my answer. Either that, or of course, a week. When you have a meal planned, and so you're going to have an excellent meal in a week. Get some food. Let's accidentally leave the thing. There we go. Food and water. I do not act. I also don't really have a vibe on how far I am through this game, though, so make of that what you will. Yeah, it's this weird thing, Evo. It's when you think about, okay, so tomorrow, either tomorrow or today, I'm actually going to start cooking chili. I've actually got all the ingredients on me, I just didn't have time this morning. I'm going to do a slow cook chili. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get it set up, get it in the pot, and, turn the heat down, but on, and then I'm going to leave it cooking while I'm streaming for the second shift today. That'll be my date. Alright, so... Yeah, no kidding, Stormtrucker. You'd think we'd have water a little more solved of a problem at this point. Like, I don't mean to complain, but the water filtration system is not that great. Well, it's very simple, Eva. It's the same way you plan anything else. Listen, it's fine, Evo. It's fine. It's fine. And by Evo, I mean Mockingbirds. I could probably build more filters. I do have a thumper. On me, even. Right? Yep, there it is, right there. Let's grab a couple of these. And, down there. Do I add chocolate to my... I've never added chocolate to my chili, and I'm not doing it today either. I have, however, added cinnamon to chili, and I'll tell you what. Cinnamon makes it much spicier. Yeah, I agree completely, Alex. You know, honestly, I can't imagine not agreeing with you more than I already do. There we go. Yep, someone killed Question Bot. I'm not gonna name names. I'm not gonna say who horribly killed Question Bot. Moited. Moited. So, Tim asked, worst game to music mismatch, where the game and music would be good on their own, but their combination is awful. Sonic 06. That's not true, because Sonic would not be a good game on its own. But, honestly, there's several like that. Several. Put that in there. Well, if it makes you feel any better, I'm not going to have chili till tonight, Evo. We'll be done by then. I'd offer to give you some, but you keep refusing to give me any of your cheesecake, so it's just fair. How long are you willing to wait? I am not willing to wait for whiskey. Okay? Jesus Christ, Alex. Yeah, the reason I said something is I wanted to make sure you didn't get bought it or something, because, I mean, that's happened. And Mega Man X7 is another game with a surprisingly good soundtrack. And a terrible freaking game. I mean, honestly, Sonic games tend to be this. No offense to any Sonic fans, but there are several Sonic games which are not good, but have bangers. It's just how it is. I mean, why would adverts not exist? And for that matter, how would adverts not exist? Like, that's kind of a question you gotta think about, too. So what I'm gonna do... I'm gonna go ahead and detach the sleeper module, because we don't really need the sleeper module right now. Yep, no, I know, Dakota. We're well aware. Well aware. So now we're gonna grab the rest of this. I've never thought about pledging to a flag. Probably because that hasn't been mandatory even in the nation I live in since I was in, like, first grade. Okay, where am I? Going there. Let's go get an artifact, because I'm really getting to the point where I don't have much to do, either. I've got 3 things I can do. I can get that artifact, and I could go to the Thumper land. That's it, actually. I do not call myself American. In fact, one of the things I consistently say is the country I live in. Because I don't particularly have a lot of loyalty to this country. Then again, I don't have loyalty to any country, so I suppose that's whatever. Why is it good optimizing a point for positive when so many games are badly optimized? Because good optimization should be a neutral, not a positive. Bad optimization is certainly a negative, you know. Should. I'll have to go look at that then. What would a country have to do to earn my loyalty? It would have to be the Empire. Bingo. Act. Kind of like unskippable cutscenes. There's no positive for skippable cutscenes, right? There's actually only a few categories which, by definition, cannot be positive. There's a few. Okay, so there's the mine. We already went down there. I mean, Lord knows Satisfactory could get a negative for optimization. Real talk. Something, if anybody of you ever want to play Satisfactory, which is a decent game I can, asterisk recommend, make sure that you always put your major industries, like your production facilities and your power generation, away from each other, out of render radius from each other. Because if you put everything in one spot, the game will not handle it properly. I mean, the Federation, as I'm writing them in the Trek rewrite, would probably earn my loyalty. Alright, we need to get Mockingbird's a PC. That's our new goal. Looks like we're going back to the Jellyland here. Hey, boy! Hey, what's up? Come here and die! Alright, so, sorry. Had to get the bloodlust out. Had to get the bloodlust out. Well, now that's an interesting question, Blade Turval. See, the reason I like to bring up the brain scans in Star Trek is because, not because it's horrifying, but because it's underthought. Because they didn't do anything with it. Adding brain scans actually sounds like a great talking point. That could even be a plot point of an entire episode. You say it's horrifying, but hear me out for a second. Given all the crap they deal with...
detected in mineral-rich fissure below.
That's cool. Thanks. Given all the crap they deal with, and all the ability for them to be mind-affected, or controlled, or dealt with, or even just regular viruses, or space sickness, or madness, or whatever, wouldn't it, yes, Evo, wouldn't it actually make a degree of sense to say, hey, and actually have that kind of a system? Now, that system would probably be, yeah, exactly, Reggie. Bzzz. That kind of a system would probably function better as an opt-in, but what about if you're on a military ship like Starfleet? At that point, that wouldn't be opt-in, would it? That would be mandatory. And then you could have different people have different reactions to that. So what I'm actually thinking about doing in the rewrite is I'm probably going to make it so that it's just a normal, everyday thing in Starfleet, to the point where I won't even really bring it up, necessarily, until Voyager and or DS9, when we start having non-Starfleet personnel on a Starfleet ship, where they're like, hold up. And then we can start seeing differing opinions on it, because someone like Cisco grew up with that, right? It's normalized to him. Doesn't it bother you? I mean, a little bit, but yeah. But then, yeah, the Maquis show up, and they're like, hold up a second. You want to scan my brain? Like 24/7? Well, yeah. Of course we do. Turn it into a talking point. Make it a thing. Make it a frickin' a plot point and make it a character point. Instead of just being like, oh yeah, we scan people's brains and that's why we know Tuvok's messed up. What? Thank you, Equalitus. Always. Much appreciate, much obliged. And if you want to put that towards up to 3 things, please let me know. FF14, Patchwalker, you got it. Yeah, exactly, Blade Turval. It would probably be part of, like, what's that called in the military? Not selection. There's a term for that. The thing you go through before you actually even start working through, before you actually start your military career. Like, you have to go through in order to then start training at the academy, right? I can't remember what that's called, but it would probably be part of that, right? As you're going through, the filter. Is it basic? It might have been basic. As you're going through, basic, or whatever the hell it's actually called, they're like, all right, listen. One of the things you're going to do is we're going to be scanning your brain when you're involved in a military operation on a military ship. FYI.
Another site found, but I cannot yet tell whether the others survived. Still, it holds valuable information. I hope you will find more. The network is indicating more of my people's technology, but the images I am receiving are fragmented, repeating. I am struggling to locate them precisely.
Fragmented images? Why would that happen?
I can only theorize that the locations are deep and shielded by a refractive material. perhaps amongst large crystal formations.
Okay. Well, either way, now that we're done with that, let's actually scan the damn thing. Yeah, don't worry. All the terrible medical issues this book calls, we also have solutions for. But you get my point. Sorry, getting a little bit off topic, but sure. I'm okay with that under the right circumstances, especially if it's opt-in, and joining the military would be opting in. I'm not sure if I would join Starfleet, though. I don't know, I've always believed, I've said this many times, I've always believed in the military ideal, but I'm not sure if Starfleet is it. Why?
Our searches have been useful, but ultimately I have no definitive evidence as to the fate of my people. The network I hoped to rejoin may no longer exist. I cannot feel it.
There could be a million reasons for that. Like, what if the network had a system update? They're on version 2001.4 and you're still on version 14.2.
That would make me incompatible. How would I even begin to plan my upgrades?
Okay, that's not what I meant. Bad example. You still know how to get home?
Yes,
So don't give up. Go there, see for yourself what happened.
you are expressing optimism, but it is not supported by probability.
Hope isn't based on statistics. It's born from a drive for something better. There's a poem Sam loved. Hope is human. Hope is... Oh, right. Hope is the thing with feathers.
This does not match any fauna designation I can find in your PDA.
It's a line from a 19th century Earth author. Emily something. Hope is the thing with feathers that perches in the soul and sings the tune without the words and never stops at all. I promise we'll get answers one way or another, Ellen.
Adding hope to your database.
Anyways, yeah, so pro tip, speaking from someone who is an audio engineer and does audio engineering all the time, there's this thing called ducking. Now, ducking can be done badly, of course, but for real, game developers, look into it. Oh, there it is. Hope is an animal of unknown origin, according to Robin and... Oh, my God. The presence of hope seems to inspire humans and persevere in the face of adversity. Perhaps humans keep a hope with them at all times. From this notation, hope appears to be a hardy avian creature. It's capable of surviving the sea at cold climates. Having kept so many warm, hope might be observed to produce exothermic chemical reactions. Assessment: find and maintain hope. Where are we going? We're going northwest. Okay. Yep, hope is a hardy avian creature. Sorry, so what were you asking me about? Oh, sorry. The dialogue isn't great. And that's it. So hang on, questions. I mean, that for some reason this is not being very readable. Awful cutscene that was later redeemed by the game. I'd have to think about that. Coffee game you wish wasn't a coffee game. Hades, because then Eva wouldn't hate me. Nobody likes their job. Thoughts on this? That's stupid. I'll come back to that in a minute, though. In the military, people like Shepard have security details on shore leave for protection. Okay. That's actually kind of weird, but I could see that in some circumstances. Especially someone... So Shepard would be a bad example. Anderson would be a better example of someone who'd probably have a security detail. So apparently, Mockingbirds has never heard of ducking. So I can actually explain ducking very, very simply. Because I want you to listen to the game right now. Listen to the audio at the exact volume. Not me. Don't listen to me. Listen to the game. And now listen to the game. And then I'm going to start talking again. And I want you to notice what's happening to the volume of the game when I'm talking. That's ducking. I have it set up for my stream so that people can hear me over the game more distinctly. It's actually pretty hard to set up properly, if I might be so bold. It's really easy to screw up ducking, because there's a lot of that. There's a lot of nuance that goes into it, especially because if you have too hard of an attack, it's just going to be a mess. But the point being, it's not that hard. Okay, I know I just said it's hard to do. It's not that hard to implement. A lot of games use ducking, especially games with extensive amounts of voice acting. Like, especially loud games that involve... What is that? Oh, that's a platform. Oh, yeah, this is the Thumper area. Oh, go figure. Lots of Pokemon sleep. Okay, we're good. I mean, Shepherd's important, but Shepherd can take care of themselves, Octave. Unless they're going out for sushi. Yeah, no, the funny thing is, a lot of people get weirded out by the phrase ducking. But think about it for 5 seconds, and it's probably going to be like, oh yeah, no, that makes sense. It is literally ducking the audio underneath the audio that has priority. I'm just going to eat this before it goes bad. Save. Oh, that's hard in the eyes. Okay, we're good. So that's right over there. Okay, sure, we'll do that. Quack, quack. Okay. Anything? You got anything to say about this, Alan? No? Okay, well, interesting. So we have now found everything that's directed me towards, with one exception, which by coincidence happens to be where we are. And by coincidence, I mean I planned it that way. Grab all this delicious silver. We actually ran out of silver earlier. So, hang on, I'm going to come back to the job thing. Hang on. So, Evo says, how would absolute truth... I like how you speak of it as if it's an entity. Answers the question, does this person lie? About a person who intends to lie but accidentally tells the truth. As in, they're mistaken or misled about something and then lie about it that happens to be the truth. So, you actually just answered your own question. Congratulations, Evo. You're getting really good at that. What would happen is... what will happen is I would get lost here. What would happen is the answer to the question would be, so they are intending to lie, but they have accidentally told you the truth. There you go, boom, done. And the specifics of what they're talking about, and probably the reason why they're asking, they're lying about that, too. Well, on the subject... He's dead, Mockingburns! Or leading the rebellion that we'll be playing in the third game. Thoughts on a series that is about an AI-controlled surveillance system set up after 9/11 that people have access to that data? No, thank you. Delete. Delete. Would I say the Federation is a superpower that doesn't want to be on the top of the heap? Actually, yes, absolutely. I've said that before several times. That's a good question, Evo, but absolute truth, by definition, doesn't just involve the fact, but the meaning behind the fact. So, by definition, you're getting the reason whether you want it or not. That's kind of how that works. If we lost 5 million people, would that crash the global economy? Depends on the 5 million. Probably not, though. Delete. Okay, we're down to 3 questions. Save before we do this, and then when we start this long, boring walk, I'll answer these questions. So, I now have the option to make myself change my opinion on things. For example, I can make myself like things and what others dislike. Would you make any changes? Nope. If it isn't one way, does your answer change? Nope. Like it or not, one of the things I've come to mental health about myself, honestly pretty recently, like within the last 5 years or so, is that I kind of like who I am. Now, I like who I am, not who I was, so make of that what you will. But the point remaining that I wouldn't actually change things about myself at this point in time. Including my opinions. I have an opinion I want to bounce off. You check if it's worthwhile. Keep, discard, or change. AAA games today and AAA games a long ago are not the same species. Thus, it's silly to limit the change in AAA gaming as it didn't really change. I wouldn't, for example, see the same Half-Life, the same species, as current AAA FPS games. It's less gaming and change, but rather new species that have entered the ecology. So I don't agree with that at all, but mostly because I think your entire premise is flawed. What you're trying to do is equate AAA gaming to a specificity rather than a generic terminology. AAA gaming just refers to how much financial backing and support a particular game gets. That's it, and that's all. So AAA gaming has been the same as a concept since the 70s. And I mean that with sincerity. Having said that, if you're trying to compare a modern AAA game to Half-Life, we'll use your direct example, obviously that is a bit of a flawed premise, primarily because of the fact that, as you say, gaming and the industries have changed. However, it is also worth noting that there are other variables involved there, not the least of which being the fact that we can do relative comparison. So, what I mean by that is Half-Life is an amazing game. I shouldn't say that. I haven't reviewed Half-Life. Honored. Half-Life was an amazing game. How well it is something that was weird. It's something that can be debated. But the relevant point here is how it was for the time can be compared to how AAA games are for the time. You know, aka now. Yeah, I'm actually not sure Half-Life 1 will review that well when we get there. Go figure. Revolutionary game. Probably doesn't hold up that well. Half-Life 2, I think, will age much better, and even Half-Life 2 has its issues. Yeah, Half-Life 1 will probably get the first game tag, which probably says all it needs to. Yeah, that... In a well-written Warcraft, yes, Dr. Winter. In the Warcraft we got... Okay, so I gotta remember where I'm going here. This is Thumperland. I mean, you say that, Alex, but I can't 100% agree with it. I do feel like there are comparisons that can be made, even though time and effort and energy have changed. I mean, that's just sort of... It's the way my brain works. It's the reason why... And I know a lot of people disagree with this, so I'm not trying to sell anybody on this. But it's the reason why I have no problems reviewing a game from 1986 and a game from 2023 on the exact same metrics and in the exact same system, right? I get what you're saying, and I understand why you don't want to compare the two directly, but I absolutely do think the two can be compared directly. It's the basis of my entire review system. And when we come to reviewing movies, if we ever get to do that, if I ever get to do that, that is going to be a relevant nascent point there as well. Okay. And I won't cheat the system for a second. I like how it doesn't want you to have above ground sonar. If I like, I mean, I absolutely hate. Okay, this way? That looks like a dead end, so maybe this way? We've actually been this way before. Okay, that's valid, Alex. And that's the Pokemon 1 save problem, as I've mentioned it as several times now. I'm not going to ding Pokemon Gen 1 on the Game Boy for having a single save slot, because the tech literally was not there. I'm not going to ding Ninja Gaiden for the fact that it doesn't have full 3D graphics fidelity. And I'm not going to ding Super Mario Bros. 1 for the fact that it doesn't have dynamic Yoshi drums music. These things literally didn't exist at the time. This is the wrong way. I'm looping. Where the hell? Okay, so, I've successfully made a thumper, and I don't know where to go with it. And since I don't know where to go with it, I'm actually out of places to go. I have officially hit the wall. we're there. We did it. We successfully hit the wall. Congratulations. So, yeah, where do we go next? Oh, tell me about it, Alex. I'm amazed that game is as playable as it is, to be blunt. I mean, Gen 1 Game Boy is actually a really, really broken game. I'm not saying that to be mean. I'm saying that to be factual. I don't want suggestions. I want direction, Huthor. I am out of ideas. I have officially run the well dry.
Hypothermia imminent.
Oh, yeah. I think I'll make it. I might make it. I might not make it. Yeah, Gen 1 is extraordinarily broken. I'm really amazed that game runs. Yep, we made it. We're good, we're good. I actually have coffee on me. Other paths on the bay. That... what bay? Yeah, they mentioned a crystal place. I have no idea where that is. Bridge? Yeah. There's other paths over there? God, I completely missed that. Just getting this stuff off the thing. Go away. Go away. Would I consider the clone troopers average compared to other armies like the... No, clone troopers are, like, top tier, dude. All this stuff. I don't think the world would look in, like... if for 24 hours on a random day, no one could lie at all. That's my answer to that. If you met yourself from 20 years ago and 20 years later, what would you say to your younger self and what would you ask your older self? So my older self, I'd say, how did I succeed? And to my younger self, I'd say, hold on until you succeed. I think it was a wise choice. I already answered that one. Does the first game literally need to be a first game? Actually, no. The first game, by definition, is almost always not their first game. A first game refers to the first time they are trying something. So a developer who's been making games for years can then say, we want to make an XCOM game. And then they make an XCOM game, and it sucks, and that's Chaos Gate Demon Hunters. And that was a first game. I'm actually pretty sure I gave it the first game tag, because it literally was. If I could make one change to the 40k setting, what would it be? The Warp! Gone! Alright, a lot of earlier... Actually, no, Chaos. Get rid of Chaos. A lot of earlier games were made to look good on CRT. Is that something you take into account when reviewing? Nope! 3D games with vertical traversal, example, going up and down, or difficult elements. How do you design a map for that? Very carefully. Look up Doom 4, or I'd say Jedi Fallen Order. Both had pretty good 3D map design. Also, Metroid Prime is not exactly terrible. Would it be possible for the researchers of the next gen to officially adopt some of the kids? Yeah, of course. Why wouldn't it be? There's nothing preventing that. Okay, now we're all the way back. We've gone through all this stuff. All the way back to... X question. So there's a saying, nobody actually likes their job. The reason I laughed at that, the reason I was like, nope on that, is because the very idea of nobody liking their job is ludicrous. Now, granted, I tend to differentiate between job and work, but that doesn't mean that I don't enjoy my job streaming. And that doesn't mean that there aren't plenty of people who enjoy their jobs. I know people personally who enjoy their jobs just fine. There's an old saying that nobody would work if you weren't paid for it, which is a goddamn lie. Obviously, pay is important for many reasons, and of course, motivation being one of them. But the fact of the matter is that there is no... Like, I don't even know where to begin with how much I disagree with that statement. The very idea, the very concept of the idea that nobody likes to do their job just makes me go, really? I've known janitors. In fact, I actually know a security guard, personally, now, who really enjoys their job. Just making security, running the rounds, making sure things are safe, you know, doing all that stuff. That's fine. I've known janitors who enjoy their jobs. I've known chefs.
Dangerous weather approaching. Seek shelter.
Who enjoy their jobs. I've known a manager who's enjoyed their job. That looks like Hale. Yeah, exactly who authority. Yeah, no, I very much do not agree with that. And again, I'm not saying that we shouldn't be paid. That's stupid. But I do think that the reverse side of that is honest. I know a lot of people, yes. The reverse side of that.
Facility beacon detected nearby. Unique identifier. Phi Robotics Center.
is also something I don't actually agree with. How did I miss this last time? I did not even see this. Oh, I know how. Is, you know, if you love your job, you'll never work a day in your life. That's also stupid because it goes too far in the opposite direction. There's a bit of an in-between here. And of course, let's be very clear about this. The answer is always going to be, it depends. Probably, yeah. I will say, the job I enjoyed the most prior to this one was actually working as a janitor. The next job that I have enjoyed the most was being a manager at Arby's. I think it's because we work for a different company, Stormchucker. Because we don't actually work for Altera. I forget the name of who we work for. She said it at some point early on. IT... So I've worked a few jobs in my life. Ironically, I'd probably put IT at the bottom of that list. But that's looking at the whole thing. You know, the whole job. Because you have to remember, I actually rather enjoyed my IT job for many years. Then the management changed. And I've actually spoken about this concept, or this incident several times.
Dangerous weather approaching. Seek shelter.
This one dude tried to buy out a portion of the company, was only able to buy a small portion of the company, and then started doing really, really stupid things to try and increase the value of the slice of the company that he owned. And when I say tried to do things, I don't mean like, hey, let's make the job better. That's a great idea. That's new. I mean more along the lines of, let's see whatever they're doing today in the Fortune 500 magazine I'm subscribed to, and then just do that without thinking about it. Yeah, yes, actually, Trihexi. That was the guy who introduced the Panama schedule, or whatever the hell he called it. It's just ridiculous. So I would be upset if they shut down the Division servers, but I might be the only one, Trihexi, because I actually like the Division. And Division 2. Although Division 2 wasn't as good. Yeah, have you ever heard me talk about that, Mockingbirds? So, you ever wonder why I finally was fired from my IT job? It's because the shift schedule they wanted me to work was insanity. Now, I want to stress this, because the way it would have worked for my schedule is I would have worked... You know what? I don't remember it. I don't remember it, and I'll never remember it. But it was like... day, right? So you work 8 hours here, and then 12 hours here, and then 12 hours here, and then 8 hours here, and then 8 hours here, and then 12 hours here. And so, this is so antithetical to human existence, I can't put it into words. Yeah, I was physically incapable of doing this shift. I was physically incapable of working this shift. So the way he wanted to implement it, in case I wasn't clear with this little thing, is you'd work in the morning, a short shift, then a long shift in the late hours, then a long shift in the early hours, then a short shift in the late hours, and you'd just keep doing this. And, yeah, that is literally unhealthy in the most basic chemical way possible. Spy penguins are created for many new research opportunities. They're perfect for exploring tight spaces I can't squeeze into. Little pockets hiding lots of resources. The penguins can't carry much, but as an added bonus, the local fauna seems to ignore them. Little robot friends are too cute to be destroyed. Yeah, exactly, Stormcruncher. Yeah, no, exactly, Walker. Just... what happened to that company? Anyways. Bit by bit, every single one of my friends and coworkers who work there stopped working there. And they were having trouble getting new people for some reason. I can't make one of those now, can I? Yeah, I don't know, Walker. It's wild. Morons. This is the same guy who hired an old friend of his as a favor to work a meaningless job. Now, and I'm going to explain that briefly. The guy he hired was the PHB I've referred to a few times. When I say meaningless job, I mean, I had a direct reporting line. And he was actually pretty cool. He's one of the best bosses I've ever worked under. And then they hired this other guy whose job it was to be there. Like, that was his job. He was there. And he had no official responsibilities and no official connection. So what he did was he desperately, and credit to the guy, desperately tried to invent a reason for him to exist. Where I immediately rescind that credit is the reason he came up with to exist was to try and micromanage the overnighters. Guess what I was? And when I say micromanage, this is no exaggeration. One of the things he would do is I would get an email support request in, and I get that immediately, and I get 2 notifications of it because I'm doing my goddamn job. I'm already in the middle of responding to it and looking into what the issue is. And he would call me. Hey, did you get this support request? Yeah, PHP. I'm currently looking into it. It's with this and this and that and that. Okay, so here's what I think you should do about that. Completely ignoring everything I just said. Keeping in mind, what he asks me to do, because he has no idea what he's talking about, is absolutely the wrong decision for the situation. That's confusing. Thank you, Krensler. Always. Oh, I hate Steve's voices. My God. Yeah, no, he's also the person... He's the person who would be like, all right, here's what I want you to do. Thank you, Krensler. I will put that towards Tales of Brazarian's Hysteria. He's the kind of person who would say... I'm trying to think of a specific way to explain this. Okay, so Evo, you draw, right? And for those of you who don't know, Evo is an excellent artist. So what he would do is he would go to Evo and say, all right, Evo, so here's what I want you to do. I'm going to need you to draw a cantaloupe, okay? So what I want you to do is you're going to have to grab a pencil. Now, I think you should get a pencil that's that has lead in it, okay? And make sure the lead's there. It's very important. Okay, so now that you've got lead in the pencil, go ahead and lay it down. You're going to need some kind of paper, too. I'm not really sure what's the best kind of paper, but you're going to need some paper there. Now, when you're actually drawing the melon, remember, melons are round, okay? It's very important. So you gotta make sure to make the melon look round, and you gotta do this, right? Okay, and then you gotta have some leaves coming off of it. Don't focus on anything else. We just want the melon, okay? So okay, now go ahead and put the pencil down. And he would micromanage the dumbest things that I knew how to do 100 times better than he did. That's not ego or bragging or exaggeration. This is the guy who would inform me of how to type up an email. Not a joke. Tier 2, IT tech. For nigh unto a decade. Here's how you make an email, lore. Hated the PHP so much. He was fired because everyone hated him. Oh, nobody gave a damn about me, of course, but people who were much higher ranked than me in the company were like, you got to get rid of this guy. He's actively getting in the way. And of course, new owner guy, the guy who's the cause of all these problems, was like, well, just give him some time. It's going to be fine. And what ended up happening, and this is metaphorical, but I want you to just picture the list of complaints growing on his desk until finally he was buried in them and had to be like, all right, fine, I'll fire the guy. And they fired him. Complete incompetent. By the way, new owner guy, the cause of all these issues, his resume is really impressive. He worked as a manager at H&R Block for years. He was fired from that job for incompetence. But I guess people who do hiring don't actually bother to look into the specifics of their resume, just the name on the cover. there were 3 total owners of that company. One of whom, all 3 of them I have complaints about. But 2 of them, yeah, okay. They were alright, I guess. But that guy I have a long-standing, bitter memory of. He completely ruined my job, but he's also literally single-handedly responsible for effectively ruining the company. Actually, yes, same company I was just talking about. It was this woman, I can't remember her name. She was a lovely woman, a bit older than me. And she and I got along famously. Lots of sex. I'm joking. But for real, though, she was a nice woman, and I rather enjoyed her company, and we would just chat and chill, and it was just cool. And if I had issues, I could just come to her and get them resolved like that. And vice versa.
Weather approaching. Seek shelter.
She knew she could rely on me and trust me because she could rely on me and trust me. Oh, there we go. Okay. Whew. That was one of the 2 owners, Pillars of Snow. I can't name his name because he went into politics, and I don't want to dip my toes into something that very unlikely, but might come back to bite me in the ass. But yeah, he went into politics, which I actually reserve some ire and venom for that gentleman, too. Just not to the same extent as ruined the company guy. Anyway, sorry. I didn't notice I was a 3-year sub. Thank you again, Krenzler, for 3 years of support. Remember, you can split that up, or not split that up. Sorry, don't ignore that. Remember, you can put that evenly towards up to 3 things if you want to do that. Since, you know, you can do that. Anyways, this has been my horror stories about work. What's funny is that's not even close to the worst job I've ever had, but anyways. Around here. Yes, be sure. If you ever want a how to not be a manager, I'm giving you the playbook right now. Also, if you're going to try and, you know, skim money off of the top from your Arby's, make sure to do it in a way that doesn't involve editing the file in Notepad in a very obvious and easy to backtrack kind of a way. No reason. Well, we may regret this decision, but I didn't want to be eaten by that thing. Yeah, the old GM at Arby's, who was my direct reporting line there, was skimming off the top in a very easy to backtrack way. Now, of course, the district manager couldn't prove it because the district manager understood about as much about computers as this guy did. But I understood computers. That it? Is that the oxygen I get? Oh, okay. It's a regular thing. Okay, cool. Let's chill there for a minute. How much? You know, honestly, I don't remember. I mean, it doesn't really matter. What's funny is I never knew if that ended up going criminal or not. He was fired, obviously. He was a misogynist prick, anyways. The woman who took over the store afterwards was a much better boss. Lots of sex there, too. So, let's see. base. I mean, truthfully, I really don't remember how much he was skimming. I don't think I even really bothered to figure it out then. It was just, hey, these numbers are off because someone's poorly editing the frickin' spreadsheet in a notepad. God, I'm still bonkered by that. Anyways, so let's see, question queue. So Mockingbird says, you gain the power to make any one lie truth. Wait, what? You gain the power to make any one lie truth at a time, but when you make another lie a truth, everyone who heard the previous lie now knows it was a lie the entire time. What do you do? Well, I figure out one lie, change that lie to the truth, and then never do it again. There you go. Boom. And what's the lie? So, I'm in charge of the whole world. Done! We did it! We conquered the world! Whew, that was easy. Alright, if I was in charge, how would I address FF14's eventual leveling issue? Squish! Absolutely do the squish. World of Warcraft proved through action that a leveling squish is actually a good idea, as long as it's done well. Which is, of course, the caveat, as it always is, but I think we could pull that in FF14. I think that's manageable. A lot of peppers here. There's a lot of these around, and I can't do anything with any of them. Look, I like to think long term. What am I saying? How many characters in FF2? Oh, I have no idea. I don't even know how many characters in FF1. Yeah. Magnetite. You've got to be freaking joking me with this. I mean, I'll take it, because this is one of my Achilles' heels in this game, but sure. Yeah, exactly, Pillagers. No, I think it's a fairly doable thing. I knew what you meant, Eva. Let you know when I have the script done. I mean, I invented 12 characters for FF1 at the very beginning, without meaning to. Because that's how I write. Let's see. Which of the Horde factions would do best in the Alliance if they had, for some reason, it all joins it? The Forsaken. No question. I will never stop saying that, because it continues to be true. At vanilla, at launch, what should have happened is the Forsaken should have been a member of the Alliance, and the Night Elves should have been part of the Horde. The two sides gel better in that way, especially after the end of Warcraft 3. And, the end, honestly. This is a terrifying area for some reason. Because it's nice and open and nowhere near any heat sources. We're already getting cold. Delete, delete, delete. Opinion. Whoops, hang on. Someone just asked a question which screwed up everything. Hang on a second. Alright, okay. Lots of people's arguments for giving people more or less pay tend to be about the amount of effort the job takes, but this is hypocritical because there's a cave nearby somewhere where I can get my heat back. Definitely a cave nearby. There's a cave. Oh, Jesus Christ, I'm gonna die.
Hypothermia imminent.
Tim, I want you to know you killed me. You killed me, Tim. There's a cave. Cave! Cave! I mean, a third faction idea isn't a terrible one. You know. No, I'm saving the coffee for when I really need it. Which I still have it, which I do. I mean, I'm kind of with you on that, Uthor, but the question was predicated on the idea that there are two factions, which is always a dumb idea. Therefore, Night Elves, Horde, Forsaken Alliance. Boom, done. But it's okay, I didn't freeze to death, Ross. Very carefully, Evo. I don't know. Magic Tech. Not Magitech, different thing.
Vital signs stabilizing.
So, lots of people arguments for giving people more or less paid to hypocritical. Effort has no transactional value. You have an employee who works hard, you pay him X. If they find a way to do the job just as well for less effort, you wouldn't dock their pay for that. You'd find out. If you found out a 10 to game was made effortlessly, you still rate a 10 to 10. So, I'm not going to get into that, actually, because the idea of connecting effort to pay was always a fallacy, not because it doesn't have any basis in reality. Quite the contrary, there's actually a lot of logic and reason behind the idea of rewarding effort through direct money. But it's a fallacy because it's never been true. People don't get paid more because they happen to be born to the right person or inherit the right amount of money. They get paid more because of luck. Let me think about that for a second, though. We're talking at vanilla, right? So no Draenei, no Blood Elves. Yeah, effort is also something that can't be measured particularly well.
Dangerous weather approaching. Seek shelter.
Like, effort is its own thing. Well, if I can't attach the Blood Elves to the Forsaken, which is the obvious choice there, so, nobody in the universe would agree with me on this, but I would say humans and Forsaken should be together. And then dwarves and gnomes should be their own thing. In fact, dwarves and gnomes should probably be the Alliance. This does not count as a cave. That's interesting. That's bad. See, this is why we saved our coffee. We might need it right now. Let's see if we can make it to this cave. Okay. Yeah, I noticed that, Stormcharker. I was very confused by that. Like, what? Welcome to the chat, Stormcharker. Apparently. I'm backtracking. Wait, am I? Yes, why, hello! Thank you, Shadow Machine. Very, very much. I will add The Mandalorian Season 3. And go ahead and do the math and prep work for that later. So, forgive me for not wanting to repeat myself. I had a 10-minute rant at the beginning of today's stream, Ross. Machine. Hang on, Dark to Winter. Hang on. 50. Mandalorian Season 3. No, it's just... I'm not trying to ignore it. I'm just saying I don't know how to summarize 10 minutes. Like, I was thorough. As I suppose I usually am. Anyways, okay, so... So I would put the Taurens... See, the problem is, the Taurens have very strong connections to the Orcs, as of the end of Frozen Throne. The Orcs have very strong connections to the Trolls, as of the end of Frozen Throne. The Tauren have very strong connection to the Night Elves, as of the end of Frozen Throne. Now, not all of those races gel with each other, but you can see how there's this web connecting all of them together. It's one of the biggest reasons why I was so shocked when Night Elves were not part of the Horde, because it was just like, but... And yes, I know, they're all pissed at Grom. You know, the orc who they killed, and then helped assist afterwards. I mean, give me a break, right? I know the Night Elves tend to be a little bit about things, but I still could see them being political allies. The only other way I could see that lining up is if the Night Elves were quite literally by themselves. You know, they are literally their own faction, because there's no one else they gel with as well as the Taurens. And that's kind of it. Yeah, exactly, Huthor. We're kind of running into that sort of issue. It's just, Like I said, if you put a gun to my head, I stand by what I said about the Forsaken. I'd make the Forsaken and the humans connected. See, you say that, Huthor. I don't agree, based on how they were... So, erase all of WoW's history for just a second. Just go back to Warcraft 3. What's the biggest thing they kept emphasizing about the Night Elves? They're a warrior race. They're more like Amazons than typical elves.
Combined with a frozen water source, water purification tablets can create drinkable water as you explore the snowy surface.
That's new. And I thought I saw a cave. There it is. So, Amazons, warrior culture, live on the wild. That just screams the Warcraft 3 Horde to me. I can completely see that. I guess we just... You know. So we can just make water. Nice. Now, obviously, they then took the Night Elves in a new direction after that. The whole concept of the War of the Ancients and how the ancient Night Elves worked and everything going on with the I don't know what's called, the Ashara faction. All of that screams to me, again, you know, that the Night Elves would be different, that they're separate. But again, we're ignoring all that. Back at Warcraft 3, just at Warcraft 3, in vanilla, the Night Elves fit in with that warrior culture, honorable thing, etc., etc. My opinion. So, I would push them that way. Now, if we're taking all of WoW's history, a lot of which is retroactive history, into account, that does change the equation considerably. Although, ironically, I would still push the Forsaken to the Alliance in that case. So we've actually heard about this guy before. This is the security chief. You can tell because his name is S-Curity. That's how they respected this dude.
Strange place for a security bunker.
I believe they do.
Those who worked here also live in storage.
Dr. Winter. Although whether or not they're willing to accept that is a little different. While true, I stand by my point, Huthor. That doesn't change what I'm saying anyway. In any way. Like, hey, we used to be an ancient race doesn't change the fact that they're, you know, the barbarian Amazon culture. Let's just call it what it is.
My dearest Adeline and Rosita. Not dearest. Who says that anymore? Adeline, Rosita. Everything on the mission is going very well. Do you see now? Your doubts were unfounded. I am loved here, and... no. Rosita will say, Papa, why do you have to brag all the time? Papa, it's embarrassing. I want to apologize. Okay, no, that's taking things too far. I know we didn't leave things on the best note, but I want you to know I love you and I miss you. I don't know why I say the things I say sometimes. They just come out.
I can tell.
Send you a message saying how great everything is here and how everyone loves me. I've had a promotion to a very important security dossier. I'm treated like a hero. But really, this is a cold, wet planet. The scientists are full of themselves. There's no action to speak of. The only thing I look forward to...
Turn down the music!
...alien intruder, but more than that, of coming home to you. I am sorry for all the times I did not appreciate you, of our family, or the good life we had. And I... am I kidding? I can't send this. What's the use?
I think I'm going to go and put down audio balancing, because this is not the first or second or fifth time this has been showing up. Roiki. Audio balancing. I actually have spoken about that, Stormperker. Give me a sec, because you're asking me a complex question, so I'm going to pause on that for a minute.
If you're not cheating, then you won't mind if I record?
Okay, I'll do it for you.
This conversation, is that right?
I have nothing to hide.
Then what were you whispering about with Vin?
Nothing. That guy is so lawful good, it's annoying.
Wait, so you were trying to cheat?
But no cheating occurred, so what does it matter?
It matters to team morale. If you can cheat in the game, how can they trust you out there?
I'm sorry, did you feel left out? Perhaps you would like to make a deal.
Ugh, part of it.
What happened here?
I sense many things here. Death among them.
That's neat. Can I go back to my audio log, please?
If you're not cheating, then you won't mind if I record this conversation. Is that right?
I have nothing to hide.
Then what were you whispering about with Vin?
Nothing. That guy is so lawful good, it's annoying.
Wait, so you were trying to cheat?
But no cheating occurred, so what does it matter?
It matters to team morale. If you can cheat in the game, how can they trust you out there?
I'm sorry, did you feel left out? Perhaps you would like to make a deal.
Ugh, Parvin, no. You're shameless. You really never give up, do you?
I don't. That's true. Have a manual put that in my next eval. Very persistent.
You done? I noticed that at 35%, I couldn't even hear the music at all. I'm trying to like you, game. I swear to God, I'm trying to like you. Help me out. Help me help you. Yeah, hence audio balancing, which is a semi-common negative.
My investigation of the fire excavation site, including the cave entrance and surrounding area, revealed minor cosmetic damage to Altera survey equipment and significant structural damage to the natural cave entrance and supports. Resulting debris prevents cave access without heavy excavation equipment. Only foot access is currently possible. We are reporting 2 casualties, Pavan Ivanov and Samantha Ayu. Both bodies were found beneath the rubble at the cave entrance. Ivanov had just entered the cave. Footprints were still visible by the entrance. Deeper into the cave, Ayu appeared to have sustained a fall. Poor souls. What was Ayu doing? Nothing in her file suggests a history of vandalism or carelessness. And yet, I can only conclude that the cause of the collapse was employee negligence. We will need to investigate a possible connection to the explosive damage reported at Omega Lab. If there is a connection, who is responsible?
So anyways, notice it's infected with the Kara. Hurrah, excuse me.
This was Sam's necklace. She never took it off.
Yeah, you'll notice I waited because I knew that was going to interrupt the damn log. Inventory.
It is that your sister's death was accompanied by significant destruction.
Doesn't make any sense. She would never destroy a base. Well, baselessly.
Are your feelings confused? I am detecting more than one.
I don't know. I feel disillusioned, worried. I thought I knew Sam better than I really did. When we were kids, I was always the one breaking and rebuilding things. She wouldn't even go into a bake sale without a plan. For classic oatmeal cookies, no less. So serious. She wouldn't have anything to do with my molecularly transformed caramel pretzel lumps.
Your mind goes easily to food. To distract you from your feelings.
Okay, I think that's enough mind reading for now. This wasn't negligence. That's not Sam. This was something else.
Okay, we've got to be seeing these out of order. And they just didn't accommodate for the possibility that you might do things out of order in an open-world free-form game. And if I'm being honest, that's not good. That's the sort of thing that should probably have been planned for. Like, if I went out of my way to bomb jump my way into being out of order, that sucks. But this is just, I'm gonna drop the copper. Be free, copper. Jesus, Uthor. Yeah, we meanwhile have found this after we already know that she discovered that Altera was investigating the Kara for nefarious means, twice, by the way, and that she was convinced by Maeda to sabotage the situation, and Maeda blew up the Omega Lab. Like, all of that is stuff we already know, now. Oh yeah, there's a pad up there I didn't pick up, because I was waiting for her to stop talking. Yeah, see, the thing is, I was substantially more tolerant about it in the first game. But in the second game, given how much more directed this is, I feel like it's a little bit less acceptable. There's also one other little side problem. So this is something that some games do in order to accommodate this sort of a situation. Let's say there's 15 data logs, right, in the game. Now, there's a clear linear order to how you're supposed to hear those data logs, 1 through 15. So the way you could do it is you could just place, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, etc. But what you could also do is make it so that any data log you gain gives you current progress plus 1. So any data log you pick up, no matter which individual object you pull from the game world, triggers the next data log in your sequence. Now, I don't know if that would completely work here. Yeah, Diablo 3 does what I'm talking about. I don't know if that would completely work here, but it would probably work a little bit better here than just this the problem we're running into right now.
Patrol log, excavation site, day 33, morning. I thought I saw something moving on the screen, but it was just that I sneezed. Wiped it off.
Gross.
Fred's not convinced the Leviathan is really dead, but I've never even seen it blink. Nevertheless, I am now undertaking the mandatory foot patrol. Inside the cave, confirming a whole lot of nothing. Creatures still dead, cave still boring. I miss the mining site. At least you could talk to people. Oh, wait now, what's this? A rock! I found an interesting rock. That makes 3 this week. The others will be happy to have a friend. Concluding patrol. Perimeter secured. Nothing to report. End log.
I can scan the penguin, but I didn't want to interrupt the dialogue. Now I'm paranoid. I got the GTA 4 thing going all over again. That's just titanium. I'm just going to straight drop that. I am not hurting for titanium right now. Now, I will admit, doing the log plus 1 system might not work in a game like this. But what really would work here is more careful care and thought into what you can access when. Right? Like, that is the real issue here. The problem is they didn't do that step. And I know, that's a lot of work. I get that. I do fully understand that was a substantially large amount of work. But if you're going to have this kind of freeform thing, then you need to put in that work. That's the price. That's the consequence. God, I don't want to do this. Flaws evolved to retain traction on ice. I agree, Huthor. I get what they were going for, and I'm even kind of on board with the idea, but the execution didn't quite work. This is probably a prawn fragment if we didn't already have the prawn. I don't know, Mockingbirds. Poke, poke, poke. And my inventory is full again. God dang it. Let's drop the mesh. Damn it, Mocking. That's not the direction I was going with that. If I was doing that, I'd do it to Bragwin. She's not here right now. Lots of room for a brain, but it's mostly bone and fat. Insert sample. Of course I don't have. Yeah, part of the problem is I am quite a ways away from the ability to access a bank of any kind. I absolutely will, Evo, but I want it to be as undetailed as possible. Environmental conditions and subtle mutations suggest this variant of the Carabacterium's rate of transmission is somewhat lower than that of the widespread outbreak previously reported in 4546b. The bacteria's ability to survive so long period of time off the Leviathan's corpse suggests highly efficient saprophytic properties. Scans indicate the pustules are merely the visible components of the dense bacterial network feeding off the dead cells of the Leviathan. Despite the risk, further research recommended. Right. So, for this, we need an injectable container. Know what that is in context. Probably act. Well, I'll catch up on the other stuff later. Because that was a huge waste of my time. Yeah, it's turbo infected. Just turbo infected. I already... But yeah, the cure's all over the place. I'm actually... Ironically, I'm not super worried about the cure. Unless it mutates because it's been experimented on by corporations or left to infest a rotting corpse for a few hundred years. Not that I bring that up for any particular reason. Yeah, in different temperatures, too, while we're on the subject. So I've ever run into people who explain the simplest thing to the most complex word salad imagined. Yes. Tasked with making the creation of an Eldritch horror game, but rated for everyone. So no gore and nothing mature. How'd you do it? So something really adorable. Like consider like a fluffy, bouncy Cthulhu who's like, ah, and acts like a little kitty. And it's just like, hello. It doesn't do anything eldritch or horrible. It just shows around, hi. It gives people hugs. That's the main gameplay mechanic. You have to convince the Cthulhu to give people hugs. And people are like, oh, it's an adorable cat Cthulhu. Scritch, 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 scritch. There you go, there's your game. There's no twist. It's E for everyone. This isn't Earthbound. It's also E for everyone. No, there's no twist. They're just cute. It's just a cute little cat Cthulhu that likes to give people cuddles. Okay, so we're going to drop a beacon right here, I think. I've been debating where to drop it. Because we got to come back here probably, because there's that thing we couldn't interact with. So this is frozen. Not everything has to have some horrible twist. I can do cute things, too. I know you wouldn't think that knowing my FF2 outline, but still. Oh yeah, we're, it's kind of crazy, especially for a show I don't even like for us. Plot twist. There's a second Cthulhu. So now you have two Scritches. Let's see here. In any spacefaring navy, would it be mandatory to know how to swim? I can think of that for several spacefaring navies, not the least of which being Starfleet. Starfleet does a huge amount of their job planet-bound. So being able to navigate multiple different environments would probably be really common. They probably know how to, mountain climb. Probably know how to go underground in cave environments. Cold environments, hot environments, desert. You remember the episode where Picard and Wesley and Random Dude are stranded on a desert planet? And Picard immediately gives real-life, actual advice on how to survive in that situation? That made perfect sense to me, right? Like, of course he should know that sort of thing. This does not appear to be generating heat.
New technology acquired.
Jump module for the Snowfox I don't even have yet.
Hypothermia imminent.
Yeah, now we're gonna pop the let's get rid of those. Where's the coffee? Where's the coffee? Pop the coffee.
Hypothermia imminent.
Yep. So I don't think we're anywhere near a cave. We're gonna officially pop that. But yeah, no, I think among the other things I just mentioned, swimming, just the basic ability to swim and navigate and deal with the water, would probably be one of the requirements too. This is not a cave. This, I might be about to die. Yeah, okay. Yep, don't have time for that. Don't have time for whatever that is. Looking for a cave. Or a vent. Vents are okay too. I will accept a vent. Please don't stop before I get to you. Thank you. It's another thing I can't do anything with yet because I haven't been able to get back to base yet. This is going back to that backtracking thing I was talking about. Okay, we got all this new stuff. Now we gotta go back to the base, build stuff, then come back here so we can do the stuff we've just gained access to. Game. Let's just top off for a second. Favorite way to cook bacon. Sprinkle a little bit of cane sugar and black pepper on it, and either grill it or cook it in an oven if you don't have a grill. Make sure to cook it over something that allows for the fat and grease to drip through it, so it's not particularly soggy. Otherwise, win. Okay, there's nothing actually there. What's the point of this area? There's nothing here. Oh, trust me. If you haven't had candied bacon before, you should try it. Yeah, I noticed that it's much more difficult and dangerous to do above ground navigation than below ground. Which is funny in a game called Subnautica, or whatever. Like that thing, I don't have a solution for that thing, especially since it's just hovering in the air. That's just an avoid. Let's see. Hold up. Delete a couple of questions, because we've answered a few questions here. Worst creature I've encountered in Below Zero and in the first game. Just the worst designed. The explosive fish and the explosive fish. In both games, they are honestly some of the worst designed enemies in the entire game. Okay. That scared the snot out of me. I just froze. When I hear something behind me, I turn around and I see this figure just standing there. Like, I hear this noise. Oh god, what's that? And it's just enough hidden. Just enough that I'm like, oh god! That act... Wow! If you want to know what I look like when I get startled by something, that's what. I just stop. I just stop reacting for a second as I freeze up. No! We're just gonna camp. We're just gonna camp. It's an emote, you run. You put an emote in. Please. Thank you. I don't know, I've played Zelda too, Evo. Now I'm on edge. Oh god, it's back! It's back! What do I do? What do I do? Did I make the damn snow fox yet? I know I'm up to 2. Nope, I'm only up to 2. Alright, whatever. I can make the jump module. How huggable am I? You'll have to ask my nieces who won't stop hugging me. Because they're the only ones to get to. What my shipper say about as the kids have heard? You actually already asked them that question, Zactaf, like a few weeks ago. Do I like riding with a large cast or a small cast? I suppose I don't have a preference on the matter. I mean, most stories I write without really intending to turn into ensemble casts. But that's not really related to your question. It's just a thing. Yeah, no, my hugs are good hugs. I'm a good hugger. Especially when I pick you up completely. I'm like, oh, 5 tufts. 5 tufts. Okay. I trust you on this, because backtracking is something I'd like to avoid at this point, so... Just gonna make some room. There we go. 1, 2... Excuse me. 3. That's 5, right? Yep, that's 5. I don't know if we're late, early, mid, or in between game. I really don't know at this point. For magnetite. Yeah, I thought that would kill me too. I mean, it looks like a mastiff, so... You think. Not that I'm complaining, really. Well, yep, that's just an auto grapple. Oh god, there's one right. Oh, I can't move. I can't move. Yeah, it's actually funny. People were complaining about that in, I think it was God of War 5. But the complaint was leveled at how mandatory and short-term it was, not the fact that it existed at all. So I would, not mind such a function. What's this? What that is? Why is it always nighttime? I've looted a pangolin. Wonder if I can eat them. Sun's coming up. Finally. You know, I like how I brought this thumper. I've only encountered one worm, and it was before I came here. Listen, animals are mine by right. I'm British, okay? I trust you, Evo. You got this. If I didn't trust you, I probably wouldn't ask you to do this. Alright, what happens if you miss the deadline? The world explodes, Evo. FN14 sends one character to WoW and one to Guild Wars. Which character do you pick for which game if your goal to do the most good with the least cost or negative consequence? I'm actually going to come back to that. We're going to save that one for later. That's not a quick answer. Is there a narrative direction I wish WoW would take sooner rather than later? Yeah, continuity. For Christ's sakes. Come on. Our company's obsessed with graphics because players are obsessed with graphics. If Hybrid were a playable factual, which side would they do well in? Both. We'll go with both. What would be the worst possible thing this game could throw at you in the next hour, design or narrative-wise? We were an alien all along. Wait, no. She's Alan. Sam is Alan. There you go. Thoughts of the implications of the light res... Oh, yeah, that's the question that we need to come back to later. Wow, it really deleted a lot of my questions here. Jesus Christ, hang on. And nobody asked questions for a second. When making up a new race or species, which is harder, the name or the society? The name takes 5 seconds. The society takes 5 years. As a reviewer, how do I prevent myself going to the review down spiral while being negative sees negative things in a light or vice versa? Okay. Here's an interesting question. Why do you think that's a bad thing? Hear me out for a second. If a game is doing badly, shouldn't you be looking at it badly? Now, I do actually have a proper answer to that, other than, you know, just what I just said. Because what tends to happen is the more X a game tends to be, the more I am receptive to Y. A game that's doing rather well, I will be more receptive to give negatives to. And a game that's doing really badly, I'll be more receptive to giving positives to. If there's a moment of genuine awesomeness in a bad game, that's great. And if there's a moment that sucks in a good game, that's awful. So I don't particularly tend to feel the negative spiral thing. Having said that, there is a exception to that. And I've run into it several times because I've covered some stinkers. You've heard me refer to it before. It's when the gloves come off. When it gets to a point where the game is just consistently, repetitively bad, at that point it's like, alright, you know what? I'm going to stop trying to be nice to this frickin' game. Because it's been terrible. But the thing is, a game has to earn that. Ah, damn it. Yeah, can't even do anything with that. Yeah, Star Trek Shattered Universe is a great example of that. Or, Secret of the Stars. Nobody gives a damn about that game. I have taken off the gloves before, yes, to demonstrate which phrase we've entered. Phase, excuse me, not phrase. Yeah, exactly, Act. That's exactly right. Like it or not, where we come from, like where we're at, what we're doing, does have an impact on the review. If I go to a McDonald's and get a good meal, that's great. If I go to Carrabba's and get a terrible meal, what the crap? Probably some bad examples, but you get the idea. Alright, so I still don't have the Snow Fox, and I'm a little turned around, if I'm being honest. Anyways, I hope that answers you, Shinizog, if you're even there. Shinizog is over there thinking, I hate that lore. Oh, I hate that lore. I just wish I could kill him. This looks new. Let's grab some air. We're, I think, technically in Fire Robotics and or leaving it at the moment. Yeah, that's another thing. And I know that I'm a moron who's stupid and dumb and everybody hates. But no, I'm not, and that's a terrible mentality. Why would you think that? No, the reality here is that this game is legitimately badly directed. Direction is a hard thing to talk about from a review perspective because everybody's mind works differently. And so everybody's going to think about progression or movement or flow differently, because some things will occur to some people more naturally than others, right? That's just life. Thing is, though, there are standards, there are in-betweens, there are ranges. Whoop, there we go. Of acceptability when it comes to that. Like, I hate to go to the answer, but Super Mario World is a game that is brilliantly directed. Now, I know that sounds strange for a game in which, you know, you have an overworld map and things, but I'm talking, if you've played Super Mario, you know what I'm talking about. There are lots of additional exits and lots of additional paths that you can take in that game in order to progress. And all of them are things that are that naturally flow from just how the level design is built. There's other examples of this. Obviously, Portal 2 is probably the king of this, if we're being completely blunt. But there are ways to make your game well-directed. And it's in terms of giving direction is really what I mean by that. I think this is one of them. So, yeah, that sucks. Oh, now there's jellyfish? This is confusing. This means there's probably an opening to the outside down here somewhere. Which I hope I find soon, because I am officially past the point of no return on my oxygen. Yeah, I actually asked for help earlier, and Huthor directed me towards the Phi Labs, and that was cool. Yep, we're just gonna keep going until we see surface and get some air. So that's where we're at here. Oh my god, okay. I think we can make that happen. Yeah, we got that. We got that. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. We super did not cure whiteness. Okay, where the hell am I? Okay, I know where I am. Alright, so let's go this way. This would be a good time for an auto run. Now, someone said something, that I wanted to respond to. Melkor says another possible dimension is, does constantly eating at 5-star renters give diminishing returns? No. Now, I don't have a good answer for why that is. Maybe it's just because I have played a huge quantity of games, not just professionally, but just in general. But a good game, for me, is always a good game, right? I don't get bored of playing a good game. And if I were to somehow play, like, 5 games in a row that are all 200 pluses, they would still be 200 pluses. The review would still reflect that, and I would still enjoy myself just as much. I've talked about this before. I consider myself blessed because I tend to not get bored of things. You know, I can rewatch movies or replay games that are good, that I have enjoyed for 40 years, 30 years, just as much now as I could 30 years ago, right? You know, there's no I'm dull with it kind of a thing. Yeah, it would be, if I were to sit here and just play Portal 2 over and over and over and over, then yeah, I would probably at that point actually get bored of Portal 2. But that's different. That's extremely different than, you know, playing Portal 2 and then Mass Effect 2 and then Final Fantasy 6 and then Chrono Trigger and then GTA 5. I don't know, maybe a degree of insulation is there because of the quality. Variety. But you get my point. Yeah, then I play a Hat in Time. Like, I'm just knocking out bangers at that point, really. Let's grab a save. Alright, so we obviously missed stuff, because if nothing else, we didn't get the Snow Fox. And yeah, like, my go-to example for that from when it comes to movies is the Lord of the Rings trilogy. Now, I know those films very well. I've done videos on them. I have analyzed them, and I have looked in the behind the scenes. And I cannot help but notice a lot of the little tricks and things and You can kind of tell the perspective stuff they're doing, and you can kind of see some of the effects they're using. But none of that bothers me, because those films are still freaking fascinating and freaking awesome for me, and I can still enjoy them just as much now. Yeah, like I said, Stormtrooper. I know all this stuff. But anyway, so. What game food do you think you have a controversial opinion on how delicious they'd be if real? I don't think I would enjoy Archon Loaf. I know. Shocking. I don't think I have such an opinion. Favorite bloated, backtracky open world game? Oblivion. Although Oblivion actually isn't all that backtracky, if we're being completely honest with ourselves. But it's a little bloaty. Especially if you don't know what you're doing. I was thinking GTA 5, but I'm not sure GTA 5 is backtracky either. Or bloaty. Oh. I don't think we went in here last time.
This is where Sam worked.
Listen, Kira Winos, it's fine, it's fine. Everything's fine.
New blueprint synthesized.
Well, we can make the hover pad, but still not the Snow Fox.
Sam loved working here with her spy pinglings.
Do all humans like work?
The lucky ones do.
Are you lucky?
I used to think I was.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about that and going back through the initial push over there. And a lot of things led, pretty clearly towards the bridge, and basically nothing led the other way. If I was thorough, I would have found it anyway, so I'll accept partial blame on the subject. But seriously, the game was like, look over here. There's a bridge. There's even a specific interactable with the bridge that you can unlock.
Sam's room. But something's not right.
Oh, let's not get into GTA Online. We did that last time, and if we're being honest, we'll probably talk about it again the next time we play GTA 5. Probably this year.
Hi, you. How's everything at Pengling Central?
Oh, fine. But I haven't heard anything since giving the footage to Zeta. It's been, what, a week?
Did she promise you a report?
No, but I expected some kind of reaction. Maybe I should take it up with Emmanuel. It is Kara, after all, and it could cause a lot of suffering if it got out.
And why would it get out? We have professional containment and know how to neutralize it in an emergency. Sam, I love you, but you don't know what you're talking about.
You love me? Wait, why do you know so much about this?
It's my area of research.
Why are you being evasive?
Oh, I'm gonna tell you something, and then you have to drop this crusade you're on before you damage your career. We're researching the bacteria.
What kind of research are you doing?
I don't want you worrying about this. We are aware of the possible downsides, but they're far outweighed by the potential. That's as much as I can tell you. Sam.
I need to think. I have to go.
No, Act. Most underrated Nintendo game that I dislike. Golf. Worst 10 minutes of any game. Mass Effect 3, the ending. Best 10 minutes of the same game. Tachanka. How big is the gap? Greatest strength as a reviewer? I'm good at it. Greatest weakness as a reviewer? I'm really good at it. Games that are going to next are good, or at least stuff you'll play. Is there anything you have worries that might suck amongst the upcoming games? Diablo 1's gonna suck. If you play Diablo 1, that game's gonna be terrible. And that's gonna mega suck. How is this game compared to Outer Wilds? Worse in every way. Yeah, Diablo 1 is... So, you've heard of video games, right? Is an objective review really possible? Yes. It's just pointless. Oh, hey. Anyways, we have the Snowfox now. Yay! So here's an objective review. The game runs. The graphics quality functions. The interface, the controls operate. There are some rebindings available. There's a couple of options in the menu that exist. And it can play in these particular resolutions, in these particular display modes. That's kind of it.
Hey, Sam. Oh, hey there, Pengling buddy.
Hi, Fred. What brings you this way?
I was just passing by. Lillian wanted a hand with a deep dive out in the bridges. You know, I think she's right. There is some weird stuff out there.
The clicking sound?
An SOS. I heard it with my own ears.
So you think she's right? There's intelligent life down there?
I don't know. I'll leave that to you scientist types.
This scientist is more at home with these penglings. But if my sister was here, she'd be all over this.
Wait, are you telling me you're not the brains in the family?
Oh, my family has many different brains. Like
A Hydra?
Well... Oh, yeah, actually, I like that analogy. Makes it hard to get along sometimes, but it's never dull.
Can we play as Sam instead of this person? Random question. I'm just, curious. Why does it have...
Oh, you brought a friend.
Spy pangling in training. We're recording audio. Is that okay?
Of course. I have the photos you sent. What am I looking at here?
Kara pustules on the frozen Leviathan.
That's nothing to worry about in and of itself. It's well contained.
The ice samples suggest it's been frozen since the time of the outbreak. The strain made the planet uninhabitable. If it mutates...
Are you feeling unsafe?
Very.
If I escalate this issue for you, will you feel comfortable enough to concentrate again? I have deadlines for the Snowfox and the mining bots coming up. I really need your focus on the penglings.
Oh, yeah. That's a relief, actually. I was expecting more of a fight.
Nothing is more important than our safety. I'll take care of it, okay?
Thanks. I won't let you down.
Thanks, Sam. Keep up the good work.
Pro tip. If you work for an evil corporation and they immediately and without hesitation say they'll take care of the problem, be worried.
Hey guys, I'm so glad you're here.
Where else would I be? Like I'd miss Fred being exposed as the alien intruder.
That's not gonna happen.
But you didn't say you were not the intruder.
No, not this argument again. I beg you.
I think the game will settle this debate.
So, I just want to ask you something quick before Zeta gets back and we start playing. It's about the cavern with the frozen Leviathan. I investigated and...
You investigated? When? I didn't see you.
Maybe you were asleep or busy doodling inappropriate sea creatures.
Those drawings are art.
Anyway, I've looked into it, and I think we have reason to be concerned. It wasn't that long ago this planet was uninhabitable. But if we work together, we can get them to put an end to the Kara mutation experiments.
I'm not comfortable with this.
Samantha, you're paranoid.
Come on now. You're Sam out. She has our safety at heart.
And the rest of us don't?
Zeta!
Can we play the game now?
Fine.
Magnetite. Gotta have that magnetite. Which I have room for now. I'm never going low on magnetite again. Never! Never! Oh, sorry. Let's see. Largest gap between how good a story is and how awful the exposition is. I feel like I've played something that had a really good story score and a really bad exposition, other than Witcher 3. Because Witcher 3 probably qualifies. No! Mockingbirds, why? Oh yeah, Persona 5, that's another game that just smashes you over the face with its exposition, but has a pretty good story score. The Killer Bunnies. It's okay. Cold suit.
New blueprint synthesized.
We're just now getting a suit upgrade. Now. What's day 3? Let's see. What's the best baseball team in the States? What can I say that would piss off the most people at once? Let's go with the Giants. Your team is a sponge, just waiting to soak up the energy you bring into the room. Not a great analogy. Think of yourself as a teapot. The bad analogies continue. You have the power to saturate your team with soothing warmth and healing. You also have the power to burn them. The key to infusing those who follow you with calm is to manage the calm within yourself first. That's the power of mindfulness in leadership, which we'll discuss in the next chapter. But first, let's explore another element of leadership that often goes overlooked. The steeping time. Once you've poured your healing magic over your team, this analogy, you must wait for the oils and essences from the tea leaves to adapt to their new environment and become fragrant and fully realize there's power in being a healing leader, but a patient healing leader is unstoppable. Alright, so Evo. I've been percolating a little bit over this, and now I'm going to pour out... okay, I'm going to stop. That actually is kind of gross. I can't even. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, we're good. We're done. I didn't, Evo. I stopped. We're good. Besides, I don't need advice. I'm a damn good manager. Okay, we can finally build the Snow Fox. Yeah, I was about to say, I think what you're running into, someone who said that? Person about the polish problem. Why do I have a baby penguin? In case I get hungry. Whoever mentioned the polish thing. There are parts of this game that are actually really well polished. It's clear that a decent amount of time and effort were put into them. And then there's the rest of the game. If I might be so bold, I think that a decent amount of the unpolished portion can be described as the chunk that is most directly tied into the main campaign, the plot, if you will. Yeah, I noticed the water. Oh, I think I have water on me. Yep, I do. We're good. Yeah, you missed it earlier, Kara White Noise. I actually finally went over the bridge with the thumpers, ready to go. And you know what I found? Nothing. Just a whole lot of nothing. Well, I need to know the dragon, Evo. Dragons are individual creatures, after all. Just really frustrating. Exactly, Von Falkenstein. Like, it's understandable why we're running into these problems. But... it still sucks. I still haven't gotten a chance to even use this stupid thumper. Yeah, we haven't been to Outpost Zero at all. I guess we'll go to next by sheer virtue of having nowhere else to go. If aliens exist in real life, there's only two broad possibilities. They're Vulcans, or they're so alien we will never actually recognize them as being a sentient sapient species, because we lack the capacity to comprehend that they exist. I'm not joking about that, by the way. No meme answers there. Well, there is the life dragon Ryokami was drawing. Are we full? Yeah, we're full. Whatever, let's get out of here. Back to base. What if we could grasp the snow fox onto the back like we can with the mockingbirds? If you asked me, if you put a gun to my head, I would say the most likely aliens that exist in real life are the second category. Stuff that we will never interact with on any intentional level. And vice versa. That's boring as hell from a fictional perspective, so of course in the extant, all the aliens, Vulcans. So let's see here. What's my opinion on naming weapons in fiction? Sword, gun. Just something I have to earn it. So you mean like a specific weapon, like Frostmourne? Or do you mean like spear? I have read Children of Time, but not in a long time. I wasn't a big fan of it. 3 of my favorite MMOs. FF14, WoW, and STO. Or Guild Wars 2. It's a tough one. I'd say Guild Wars 2 is probably better than STO. So there you go. Guild Wars 2, FF14, and World of Warcraft. How did they jump the shark? Well, World of Warcraft had BFA. Guild Wars 2 had Vanilla. And FF14 had Stormblood. There you go. Boom. Hey, Chris Vilker. Thank you very, very much. Always appreciate those subs. 2 things, though. 2 things, really quick. First of all, thank you. Second of all, so you can put that towards up to 3 things, given the current plural voting method, if you'd like to. You don't have to. It's an option. I should also mention, however, that I'm not going to let you put that towards Dawn of War 1 or 2 or Warhammer 3, because those games are technically funded. They're effectively off the list. So if you want to put that towards something else, let me know. Thank you. Whoop. The who's funded what sheet is always up to date. Like that takes literal seconds to up to date. Really, more. I think the website's up to date. I'm not sure the last time I updated the website off the top of my head. I think it was Friday or something, but I'm not sure. Okay. So let's go make some coffee, first and foremost. Very important. Specific weapons. So you gotta name a weapon. So, I'm actually a big fan of the boring method of naming stuff. Sometimes referred to as adjective-verb. Frostmourne. Running blade. Searing strike. Really? Well, which donation was that, Walker? Because I don't have any outstanding donations from you. Favorite species in the extant? The Azimdi. Easy answer. A rapier named Needle. What is the extant? The extant is my setting. Borderlands 2, Bayonetta 1, 2, and Bayonetta 3. You got it. Moment. Borderlands 2. Bayonetta 1 and 2. Bayonetta 3. Whoops. Alright. So the last donation I have from Walker, which wasn't for that, we have $2. That's a sub for a short hike, Kingdom Hearts block, and Tinykin. Before that, we have a $10 donation towards short hike and the Kingdom Hearts block. Before that, $10, Tinykin, short hike, Kingdom Hearts block. Have I covered Devil May Cry? So what I find most funniest about that is that was just a month ago. I guess it was 2 months ago at this point. We have done a Devil May Cry lore run about 2 months ago. 12 years, Tim. Okay. So let's check the other log for Walker here. 217, 217. Ah. I did not have that one down, Walker, so this is why. We have the double check, actually technically the triple check system. So no, I did not have that donation written down at all, Walker. I can tell you that right now without even double checking. I'm not sure why I don't have that one down, but I don't have that one down. That's going towards a short hike, Tinykin, and the Kingdom Hearts block. And I'm going to say thank you now, since you're right here. Thank you, Walker, very, very much. I actually put some thought into the idea of... Right now we have the double check system. They need to be a good friend, Animal Bancho. But I've been putting some thought into not jotting donations down till the end of the night as a triple check system. But the problem is I don't think that would work. I don't know. I think I'm just going to keep relying on people, double checking me and continuing to make all of the donations public as the triple check system. Because... honestly, while I do have donations that fall through the cracks, like that one, I don't think that there's a significant number of them to really be afraid of the problem. I don't mean that to sound dismissive. I mean, like, percentage-wise, the system we have right now works very well. I am still sorry that I missed that, though, Walker. Start putting magnetite in there. Kingdom Hearts has been kind of weird and confusing. Why do you think they took that too far? Kingdom Hearts 3. Speaking as someone who has done a lore run on Kingdom Hearts, technically 2, I think Kingdom Hearts was actually surprisingly self-coherent until they decided to throw their own rules out the window. And I mean that. Sorry, I'm debating where I'm going to put what here. I guess I'll put this over here. Oh yeah, tufts. We now have tufts. I guess I can get rid of the snow. Don't know what to do with the penguin. Can I just drop you? Are you just... hello? What happens if I put you in the aquarium? So I'm gonna laugh if I have no fish left when I come back to this. I mean, I don't disagree with that, Monobrent, but honestly, my first reaction to the Sleeping Realm theory is just a sigh, It's like... Kingdom Hearts was, and I'm going to say this again, quite self-consistent and coherent, if badly told, until Kingdom Hearts 3, which just threw a lot of things out the window, or added the Sleeping Realm concept on top of everything, one of the two. It'll suffocate in happiness, Evo. Enjoy. What I'd say. I was putting magnetite over here. Whatever. That down, pull this back out. I'm never running out of magnetite again. Yes, it's going to have a full belly. It's going to be like, alright. Things are good and not terrible. Actually, yeah, Blade Taval. Kingdom Hearts and World of Warcraft are the two games I tend to hold up as games that have excellent stories badly told. I need more inventory. Cool factor is when a game, show, movie, or book emphasizes trying to be cool at the expense of... Well, I shouldn't say that. Regardless of other factors, which may or may not be at the expense of other factors. Sure, Mockingbirds. Hit me. What do you got? I'm ready. I'm ready. Ugh! And it turns out she hits really hard. My jaw is completely dislocated. And then she rips off my jaw and beats me to death with it. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me, Mockingbirds. That's going to be my next thing to build. Here, have some magnetite. And now that I'm full with that, here's some more magnetite, because I have magnetite for days. Yeah, everybody just beats me up, Eva. I don't know why. It's always women. That's concerning, actually, now that I think about it. Oh, God. What did I do? It's okay, I'll just build a new jaw. Sure, Gina, for Smash. Let's pull these out, and then put those in. Tufts. The tufts away. Are you sure, Tara? Sure. I'm not sure some days. I don't know if she can reattach a jaw. That's a thing. Yeah, this is gonna sound strange, despite the fact that we're on day 3. It feels like we are still in the early game.
Fruit salad does not traditionally involve leaves, but at least it is nutritious and warming.
And it doesn't go bad. Interesting. So where do I get leaves from? What provides leaves? I think you're right, Udor. Because, yeah, that was a lot of warmth, too. Check that out. 100 body heat. Whatever. Alright, so the cold suit takes Snowstalker fur. Thanks, Uthor. So I need 4 fiber mesh. I might actually have that. Nope, I have 2. Yeah, it's spicy, obviously. Alright, so fiber mesh is 2 creep vine. So I need 4 creep vines. Yeah, I can literally picture. I get back here, I check the recipe thing. Oh, it requires Snowstalker. And there would just be this moment of... Ugh. And then I go back to go get the frickin' snow tufts, and then come back to make the... God damn, yeah, that would have pissed me off. I'm telling you, this game is kind of inclined towards backtracking, and not in a good way. Yeah, like the outro of the first game. Exactly. Anyways, right, I've lost my questions. I was looking at Walker's thing. There we go. Okay, okay. No, I agree, Tim. That would have been effortlessly easy to stumble into if Uthor had not flat out said, make sure you get at least 5 of those damn things. Because what I would have done, and if you're paying attention, what I did do was I picked up 1 to see what it would be eventually useful for. And I didn't take 5. I wouldn't even know how many it would take. Especially since I was, if you're remembering, having inventory problems at the time. Jesus Christ. Hang on, hit the stream brakes. See, now I'm pissed. Okay, no. I have those locally, Dragon's Hunter. So apparently the website is not up to date at all. Is all that is. So I have no idea when the website was updated. And at this point, I don't even care. But I have those. I was going to say, you're on the spreadsheet. You should be on the spreadsheet, because the spreadsheet should be up to date. But I don't know where you're getting that info from, but I have it locally. I've just double-checked right here. It's right here in front of me. Did you know I have a website? Just going to write down a quick note to double-check something later. Yeah, for those of you not aware, updating the website is a thing. Updating the spreadsheet involves copy-pasting. It literally takes seconds. So that's why the sheet is always going to be more up-to-date than the website. I don't really know a smoother or quicker way to accomplish that. But there's probably something somewhere that can make that happen. But anyways. Point being, dragons. Stab! Alright, now that dragons has been stabbed. As it should be. So I need to make... did I already make the two things? I did make the two things. Okay, so we're going to make gold suit. Which takes a minute for no reason.
Made of tightly knit Kevlar microfiber and insulated with an alpine yoke around the neck and shoulders, the cold suit is designed to delay the onset of hypothermia.
Yeah. It's like a strange statement. I've thought about it, Act. The reason for keeping the sight is it's a quick and easy visual indicator of progress. Like, that's the whole point of that. Where's the penguin? Ah, there. I need a couple of things. But first I need to say thank you to Kira White Noise. Thank you, Kira White Noise. That's a good question. I know of one other area on the surface that I could go to right now. Yeah, ironically, I agree with that. You know one thing I like about Pokemon Violet? Hi, Chemic. Fast travel. In fact, it's actually a really good fast travel system. As you unlock certain spots, you can fast travel to them, and there are a lot of said spots in good positioning. And fast travel involves pulling up the menu and or the map and saying, and then there's a load screen, and then you're there. I did, Huthor? Either way, thank you very, very much, Kira White Noise. I'll put that towards Sunless Skies, Monster Hunter World, and Neo. Yeah, hopefully the patch that's going live today is going to fix some of those bugs. I, of course, don't have a way of telling that. Hey! We've got a suit on. So we've got... kind of have to carry the rebreather on us now. Oh, that's just great. Alright, whatever. Put that in there. Yeah, that's a lot of cold resist. We'll see how useful it is, but we got a bunch of it if we need it. Still haven't used the damn thumper. I'm gonna hold on to it because I'm just paranoid now. Octopath 2. I don't hate myself that much, so no. I am not that filled. I know I tend to speak negatively about myself, but I'm not that filled with self-loathing. Okay. I like we're still going through the same rod, by the way. It's a good question, Stormtrucker. Like, the place we were just at is where it was relevant. Why don't I like Octopath Traveler? The answer is kind of everything. I'm pretty sure I came up with a few positives for that game. In fact, I can actually, literally, I just pull up my review and say, look at this. And there you go. That's why I don't like Octopath 1. I don't know. I'm weird. I don't enjoy spending 45 minutes on a single boss fight. And I also don't enjoy a meandering plot of wildly varying quality between... because there's actually 8 plots. Some of which are so boring as to be completely unmemorable. Some of which rise to the great heights of being barely passable. and extremely predictable. I love the fact that all light plants have nothing to do with each other than the big secret, super secret, mega secret, ultra secret ninth plot, which usually has one minuscule reference in one of the 8 plots. And then, oh, by the way, you have to go kill God with friendship. Out of nowhere. Yeah, I don't hate myself that much, Animal Bancha. Sorry. Yeah, no, I do not enjoy Octopath 1. I would go so far as to say that I actively despise Octopath 1. It even gave me a new term, Octoblur, which is improperly utilized depth of field. Which is literally headache-inducing. Alright, so I want all of this. But before we do any of that, we need to test some stuff. So, actually, I guess we'll go this way. The Octoblur is what I call it when someone misuses depth of field to the point where it actually causes me physical pain. Just like Octopath Traveler. And you know what's really funny? Octoblur, that is to say depth of field, is a toggle. In most engines, but especially the engine Octopath Traveler is made in. It's literally a toggle. For them, for the developer, it's a freaking toggle. Why is it telling me the aquarium modules are? I've already made the aquarium module. Oh, whatever. Yeah, Link's Awakening does it too. It frustrates the crap out of me. One of the only negatives I give that game. No to both, Animal Bancho. So, it's a toggle. It's the easiest thing in the world. But they didn't make it an option in the options menu because their brains are filled with granola. So, what you can do on the PC version of Octopath Traveler is you can go edit the INI file, pretty easy thing to do, and just get rid of the toggle entirely. Boom. Done. Gone. But the game doesn't get credit for that. And yeah, it's probably a creative choice. Which makes it all the worse if you think about it. Okay, I'm confused. Hold on a second. Where do I make the snow moth or the snow fox? Physically, where do I make it? Is what subjective? The fact that you can add a toggle through an extremely easy programming thing? On land. Okay, more info required. Like, do I need to do this and... Yes, literally 100% of what you're hearing coming out of my mouth is subjective based on my opinion, Genoforce Mouth. Fun fact, I am not an objective reviewer. I never was, and I never will be. I've never pretended to be. I've never tried to be. I am a reviewer, which means what you're hearing is my opinion. So yes, everything I say is my opinion. What the hell is a habitat maker? That's the Snow Fox hover pad, which repairs the hover bike. Okay, that's okay. Okay, so rather than do some nonsense, here's what we're gonna do. Yeah. If you don't understand why something being very blurry gives you a headache, then you're probably never going to. And I don't mean that to sound in any way negative or elitist. It's just, if you do not have that problem, great. I have that problem. I am not the only person who has that problem. I also don't like FromSoft games, while we're on the subject. The only FromSoft game I've actually enjoyed, partially, was Sekiro. That's the exception. We'll do it over here. We'll do it over here. Like, it's one of the reasons excessive depth of it. I dinged Outer Worlds for this, too, if you'll remember. I gave Outer Worlds a rather negative point for the fact that it was excessively using Octoblur to the point where it was giving me issues within the first few minutes. Yeah, then it's pretty much the exact same category for me as things like motion blur or film grain, you know, stuff like that. Can I not? I mean, possible Animal Bancho. You're incredibly objectively wrong, but it is possible there are some people who are like that. Where do I put? So maybe I just let's do this. Let's just do this. Come on. Hi, various things. Okay, we'll go over here then. Actually, it does, Walker. Although, as usual, as with most things, it depends on how they're using it. Not whether they're using it at all or not. Because the ridiculous majority of non-interactive media uses depth of field, which I actually dislike. Okay. So that's just a thing. Alright, that'll work. Okay. So now I have a location. Let's go get all the materials I'm going to need. Should have probably done that first, but whatever. Yeah, I will also say, and this is pure opinion, of course, as is everything I say, that the idea of trying to emulate movies is something games should do less of. I've been saying that for 20 years at this point, but point remaining. It's one of the reasons it irritates me so much when someone attempts to give a game a positive point by saying it's cinematic, and it's like, no. Stop trying to be a movie. You are not a movie. You are a fundamentally different medium than a movie. So, let's see. We've got 2 titanium. Wiring kit. I actually have a spare wiring kit right now. No, Sub-Zero. The game has no mod support and therefore gets no benefit for the things that the game itself did not make. This one, Raddick. Where's the spiked football? There's no spiked footballs here. You're seeing things. Okay, battery, rubber. Actually, rubber. That's a guy can make rubber. Battery. Silver. I mean, I could make a point for Octoblur being an objectively bad thing in game design. Very simple and easy. I want you to imagine the game we're playing right now automatically blurs stuff that's not at the center of the screen. That fundamentally gets in the way of your ability to read the screen, which is something you need to do in a video game. Because in a movie, the movie is always trying to direct your eyes towards a specific thing. That's kind of how movies function as a medium. But in a video game, you're supposed to be able to see more than just one specific spot in the game at any given point in time. So, forcing yourself to, I'll use Octopath specifically as the example here, forcing you to be like, alright, you need to look at this very narrow band, which is a horizontal band, not actually a spot, but it's actually a band, horizontal-wise, in the middle of the screen, which is fine, and everything above or below it is terrible. And the further away it gets, the worse it gets. And heaven help you if you get to a point where you actually have sunlight flickering unpleasantly on the blurred background in the background. Doesn't work, especially since your eyes are constantly looking around for where you're going. You're not just... You don't navigate by looking at a 5-foot band around yourself. You need to see the screen to see where you're going. But anyways, I'm going to stop talking about it because there's nothing else to say. And I got the wrong type of battery. It's all on me. There we go. Battery. That's what I wanted. There we go. There we go. I think I'm going to have to get some of that. Let's make the wiring kit. But anyways, even ignoring the fact that Octopath quite literally physically causes me pain to play it, that's one of the minorest complaints I have about that game. Octopath sucked. Oh my god. Just absolutely turbo sucked. My god. I'm a little shocked that that game sold as well as it did, but then again, things that suck sell well all the time, since the recent Jurassic World movies are a perfect example of that. So I guess I'm not surprised by that at all. Never mind. It's gonna take me a minute, isn't it? Oh, I might get lucky. I might get lucky. I wasn't even gonna bring up Avatar. I don't want to set off Mockingbirds. She might kill me if I bring up Avatar. I mean, actually, I'm with Tim. It's completely irrelevant. See, one of the most common arguments I tend to hear... Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking the wrong person, Mockingbirds. My bad. See, I hate Avatar, so... One of those common arguments I tend to hear is that something that's done deliberately is immune to criticism, which is insanity, in my opinion, and something I fundamentally don't agree with. So, to go to Animal Bancho's particular mentality, it's like, hey, this thing does this deliberately, therefore you have no right to criticize it, doesn't really strike for me, because just because you've decided to stab me in the stomach deliberately doesn't mean I can't be upset at you for stabbing me in the stomach. As I've said for literal years, over a decade at this point, just because you do something deliberately bad doesn't prevent it from being bad. Boop.
Without spy penguins, scientists may have never discovered that penguins incubate their eggs
Cool.
in small cave burrows, often alongside thermal lily roots.
Okay. Got that. See, I could understand you calling me a moron for calling Octopath a bad game, or having a bad story, both of which statements I stand by firmly. But I think you're a goddamn idiot if you're actually going to say that I'm a moron getting a headache from something. That's next level. That's impressive. Okay, looks like that also takes power. Alright, the battery. So I'm going to have to keep a spare battery on hand. That's okay, I can do that. Yeah, clearly I just need to do better on my eyes. Yeah, what's wrong with you, Ross? How dare cilantro taste like soap to you? Gosh. How could you, man? Okay, so what do I need for this damn thing? Let's see. Up, down, sideways. God, that would be great. Could you imagine for a moment if you could make yourself not get headaches? Oh, that would be fantastic. Could you imagine for a moment if you just didn't... You had the power to prevent headaches from happening? Yeah, how many people in chat would love that power? To just be like... And you no longer gain headaches. Yeah, just headaches are gone. They're just deleted. Just, oh my god. Yeah, let's get rid of migraines too. Screw migraines. Oh, migraines are the worst. Thankfully, I haven't had a migraine in a few weeks at this point. You just flip a switch and it's gone. It's just gone like that. Really?
Seek fluid intake.
Have you made a water? Well, of course you haven't. Yeah, I think that's officially a Rule 0 violation, so peace. Nice knowing you. So meanwhile, back here where we can have headaches. It's okay. We here at the Lore Walkers are tolerant and understanding of people who have headaches. Yeah, this is kind of headache-inducing. It's one of the reasons you notice I've been trying not to go straight up as often as I can. Oh god, Blade Javel, I know. I know. Oh, that would be amazing. Could you imagine?
Calorie intake recommended.
Do I... Okay. Yep, we're headache-friendly here. Unfortunately. Yeah, motion sickness, that's another one. So I'm a lot less susceptible to motion sickness in video games, but there are still a few games that we've actually covered, which have actually caused me motion sickness issues. And they're not what you'd expect. Grandia 1, just nauseating as hell. Grandia 1, Donkey Kong Country 2, specifically. What was the name of that terrible blah, blah, blah game that I can't think of the name of right now? See you around, Shinizaga. Have a good one. Name of that damn game. I can't think of it. It's getting a sequel, which hopefully is actually better than the original, because the original sucked. Also, Jennifer Smash isn't that new of a viewer. Animal Bancho is pretty new. Was pretty new. Yeah, by the way, Skyward Sword caused me physical pain, too. Yeah, if you ever wonder why I literally keep motion sickness pills right here, it's just in case. It's only needed to run into that problem once, and that's now become a permanent part of my desk. Alright, what am I doing? So I got the thing. Yeah, no, Juniper Smash is cool. Or are they? No, they're probably cool. Yeah, they exist. This is, so I used to use Dramamine. This is specifically bismuth subsilicate. Very helpful. Over-the-counter stuff, obviously. No, painkillers. That's that one. That's a little different. So let's grab a food before we die. Shattered Universe, I'm shocked didn't cause me issues. And you're probably thinking, why, Laura? That game did... The wormhole. The freaking worm... I've said this before. Do not watch the VOD of that game if you have motion sickness issues. Because that wormhole... Oh my god. So, for those of you who haven't seen that, let me try to explain it a little bit here. So you're in a wormhole, but the way that they're actually trying to just portray it is there's a texture. You're literally in a tunnel in game terms, like it's a rendered tunnel, and it's rotating around you constantly, just constantly, like this, while it's got like flashing stuff going on all over it. So it's just, and this is just the game, and you have to do this while dogfighting. And I'm explaining it badly on purpose because I don't want you to actually go watch that VOD. Holy crap. Do I have the module on me? I do. Funnily enough, the madness of Deathwings never caused me problems personally, but, sorry, the spine. Yeah, I knew what you meant. The spines never caused me issues personally, but my camera's almost always on the fight pointing down because I'm focusing on soloing it because that fight sucks to solo. So it's possible that if I actually stared at the horizon, that fight would bother me. Let's go drop that in there. So, first of all, Storm Trucker, thank you very much for the sub. So you may or may not know this, but the way that I operate is that people who financially donate towards the show can then put that as an increasing the interest in a particular run. We got a huge list of like 400 games that's on the list, which we were just linked at via Nightbot. And all of those you can say, oh, that sounds like something fun or cool or interesting or whatever, and you can just put that towards. You can put it towards up to 3 things. If you don't want to put it towards anything, you can just put it towards dealer's choice, at which point I will ostensibly start actually putting that towards games I want to play. Yeah, the list used to be substantially bigger. Did I not bring titanium? Oh, I didn't bring titanium because I'm a moron. Hi, my name's Lore Runner. I'm a moron. But not because of the headache thing. Different reason. I'm a moron for... If you're going to call me a moron, you have to call me a moron for reasons I'm actually a moron for. That's very important. It's the whole Hitler wore pink argument all over again. Which, if you're not familiar with... If you're going to be upset at Hitler, you need to be upset at him for something other than wearing pink. There's other reasons, you know what I'm saying? I'm glad you enjoyed the pork chops! Exclamation mark. We had some Indian food last night, period. It was quite spicy! Exclamation mark. Well, see, it doesn't quite work that way, Mockingbirds. But thank you. There's a couple of caveats and exceptions built into the system, which I usually don't bore people with, but I'll go ahead and bore you with it, because right now I'm just running around gathering resources. So, you get to be bored now, Mockingbirds. You gotta listen to my terrible, awful, ugly, terrible, horrible, no stupid, bad voice. Wiring kit. So, the way this works is, let's say that you want to put something towards dealer's choice, which is what you just posited. So, dealer's choice is something that I don't get to plural. Essentially, when you put something towards dealer's choice, you have put it into my hands instead of yours. You get to pluralize things. I cannot. Make sense? So if you put it towards dealer's choice... I should make another one while I'm here. If you put something towards dealer's choice, then it's just the one thing. So if you want to put it towards X, Y, and dealer's choice, what happens is X and Y. Dealer's choice doesn't even happen because it doesn't get to be pluraled. If you do, however, want to just put it towards dealer's choice, then it gets towards dealer's choice once. Make sense? Now, you might wonder why that is, and there's actually 2 big reasons. First and foremost, close to 70% of the donations I get for this show go towards dealer's choice. Some people because they don't feel like thinking about it, some people because they don't have a preference, and some people because they want me to play something I want to play. I have a lot of records and a lot of history and backlog, and data and statistics to pull on for that. So that's a long-standing thing. So I have more ability to make games I want to play happen than you do. So by natural thing, I don't triple it on my end, so I'm being fair towards you. Sense make? But the second side of that, I don't even know what those rumors are, Gino, for Smash. Do you mind sharing? Oh, the FF9 rumors. We'll see. I do not trust the current team to remake FF9 in a way that I consider acceptable, and frankly, whatever they do is going to be worse than the FF9 theater anyways. The second reason for that is because a large number of you don't coordinate or organize. And I mean, there's no recrimination. Of course you don't. There's hundreds of you, and you all have your own specific things you want. So what you all tend to do is you put things towards things you want, and they slowly get interest bit by bit across the thing. Me, if I want something to happen, I can just point at something and say, boom, and I can focus my efforts on a single thing in ways you guys cannot. So that's the other reason you get to triple it, and I do not. Sounds make? Oh, I love spicy food, comma, especially spicy Indian, exclamation mark. I even got some leftovers I'm going to have for breakfast tomorrow, period. Also, can I get a theater plug in chat, please? I think it's just exclamation mark theater. Pretty sure. But yeah, Freya's awesome. The lovely and amazing Ryo Kami was her voice actress and did a fantastic job of the role. I mean, we had a lot of great voice actors for the FF9 theater, but she just absolutely nailed Freya. I was just blown away by how good of an actress she is. You got it, Stormchucker. See, that I can do. Now, remember, you can split it up. You can choose up to 3 things, Stormchucker. So if you want to put it towards Arkham Origins and City and maybe something else that's interesting to you, then you can put it towards something else. And another something else. Who wants to be the Snow Fox? 1 through 100. Tell me I'm using this wrong. This is awful. What? This is literally slower than just moving. What am I doing? Wrong. I can't even turn. Oh my god, what is wrong with this thing? It's because it's over the water, technically, isn't it? There will be videos. There are going to be videos with voice acting and some visuals. The visuals are not going to be very, very fancy. I'm just going to be honest with you. Adding full animated videos are not... It's just not possible. We do not have time. But... There is going to be full voice acting, and it is going to be done, you know, as a script, and hopefully it'll be good. Guess we'll find out when we get there. Remember, you got 4 colors to pick when we get there. Let's see here. So, colors, numbers. Corpse Party? I'm not familiar with that game, I'm afraid. So what I usually do is if people want to add a new game to the list, I ask them to pick a backup. What I can do then is off camera, rather than pausing the stream for 10 minutes, I can go and look up and see what kind of a game it is. And generally speaking, I'm cool with things being added, but it depends. Apparently, I'm being told it's going to be a no in this case, so I'm going to lean towards their perspective. It's probably going to be a no. But it depends. It depends. It always depends. Looks like this one's going to be the Huthor. Give me some 4 colors. Give me 4 colors. Do it quickly before I freeze to death. Colors going. Whoop.
Dangerous weather approaching.
I'm fine. I'm fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. So yellow. Whoop. There we go. Yellow. Blue. Red, which it already is, and black. Done. Now let's pack it up. No, I need to pack you up, which was a thing I could do earlier, but can't do now. God, this thing is just the worst. Just the worst. I hope that handles better over land, because good God. Okay, so. That's a good question, Bladeable. I don't know. Okay, so we've made the Snow Fox. Yay! I don't really have any place to take it, but we have it. God, that takes a lot of space, too. Okay, so let's go dump off the excess. Do something here really quick. Isn't that a PS2 game, Juniper Smash? If that's the one I'm thinking of. Ironically, I would probably say no to that one for a completely different reason. So, the problem with that is it's a PS2 game. Streaming PS2 games is a colossal pain. I think I actually still own that. If I don't, let me get in here. I can look that up really quick here. Oh no, I'm with you, Type 3B Skeleton. I agree. I cannot hear Steiner without hearing Syldir. I cannot hear Freya without hearing Ryokami. Like those are the actors in my mind. I'm not really joking when I say that there's a good chance Lore Walker Theater will have better voice acting than an FF9 with voice acting. Partially because, you know, our actors nailed it, but also because Square's track record for voice acting in English is very hit or miss. Sometimes it's really, really good, and then sometimes it's not. Okay, so Van Helsing PS2. Let's look this up really quick. I've actually played that game. Oh, that's not too expensive. Yeah, okay, sure, we'll do it. Boom, let's do it. Let's add it. Except you're not actually donating. Sorry. But yes, I would say yes to Van Helsing PS2. You know, I've thought about it, Ross. The problem is, so when we were originally going to do the FF4 Lore Walker Theater, there's a way to just turn off all voice acting in the game without affecting any of the other audio. So we could actually have something like a voice acting replacement thing, simply because the fact that we have all the other sound. But FF10 doesn't have such an option, at least not that I'm aware of. Maybe there's a mod that does that. I'm not sure. But we would have to essentially make all the audio stick as is without any issues. but get rid of the voice acting to do that. Also, that would be a huge project. Oh god, that sounds terrifying to do. Still, I bet you we could do a better job of it. Okay. I think Dissidia 2, Duodecim, had decent voice acting. Dissidia 1 did not, and Dissidia the third one did not. FF15 had good voice acting, to use another example, but FF13 did not. And so forth and so on. I mean, I gotta be completely honest. If Square came to me and said, hey, we want to make these the official actors for the theater, or for FF9, done! Okay. Just, yeah. But, like, I'll use a specific example. Kuja. In Dissidia 1, Kuja's voice actor is bland, off-tempo, and doesn't have any real emoting to him. Now, that's strange, because the voice actor who plays Kuja is a good voice actor. This is one of the reasons I talk so much about voice direction, by the way. Because we can know pretty demonstrably that the problem was his direction. In fact, that actor has spoken out about his experience as Dissidia, and he has flat out stated he was not given direction for Kuja, so he didn't know who the character was. So what you're hearing is just his interpretation of the character. In Duodecim, they brought in a better voice director, or just, I shouldn't say it that way. They did more voice direction and better voice direction. So, as a direct contrast, Kuja sounds a lot better, because he knows who he's playing. I have heard the new Zack. A lot of the voice acting in the new Crisis Core isn't what I would call bad. It feels like a sideways step, you know what I mean? A lot of it, plenty of Crisis Core's original voice acting was fine, and plenty of the original voice actors were fine. And it's the same thing with the new one. Like, it's those over here. The one thing, so Zack was fine. I think Sephiroth in particular is the one voice actor, I think, who is demonstrably worse. And I'm going to point to the direction on that, too. Because we've heard the new Sephiroth voice actor. He's fine when he's playing a villain. Gongaga. Yeah, like, we know the dude who plays Sephiroth did fine. He did it fine in FF7R1, which had amazing voice acting. But I think the problem is nobody told the actor that he's not playing a villain in Crisis Core Reunion. And they ran into problems that way, and it just didn't work as well. By the way, my favorite voice actor in FF7R1? Barrett. Tell me that is not Barrett, like, henceforth, right? Favorite character voice-wise in FF10? Wakka. By a mile. Ignoring the fact that, you know, Joe DiMaggio is awesome. Wakka was actually, like, there was some direction to his arc. Listen to the way he says, like, they go to the one, what's the name of the place? Bavel? They go to the Bavel trials and they see the Machina. And he's still just saying a few lines like, maybe it's this, and maybe it's that, and Auron's, like, smashing it down, and she's smashing it. And then he just has this line, and I forget what the line is, but it's something along the lines of, they played us for fools. The way he says that, there's so much defeat. He sounds so ground down by that. He sounds like someone who's believed in something all his life and has just been proven wrong about it. I've still heard better voice acting, but Wakka was good in that game. Yeah, exactly, Blade Travell. Not the only time he nails it. Most people like to point to his happy fireworks line as a moment of cringe, because it is. But Joe DiMaggio adds a lot of layers to Waka that honestly were not in the text. Okay, so I think this is where we're going. Oh, I'm wrong. We need to go over here. I think. God, where's... Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Hang on. Hang on. Okay, we're good. We're good. Favorite voice acting ever? Oh, that's tough. I have heard so much good voice acting in my life. I don't think so, Jennifer Smash. I'm not sure. It might just be a stage name. A lot of actors take stage names that aren't really related to what they were born as. Exactly, Kira White Noise. I think this is it. This looks like it. Yep, this is it. Okay, okay. Oh, right. Hey, Navarro. What's going on? Yeah, I've heard so much good voice acting. I mean, FF7R1 is a good example. FF15 is a good example. Honestly, a lot of Warcraft voice actors are very good. I have heard some phenomenal stuff from, God, just all over the place. I don't even know where else to go with that. There's so many. Gotta get the jump module installed. Disco Elysium, yep, another good one. Whoa. Okay, can we, like... At least we can move now. So I was right. It's the fact that we were over the water. Oh my god, this thing handles awful! Holy shkamoli! Oh, wow. This, okay. No, turn. Holy crap! This is... Ah! Okay, hang on. More of an open area. Yeah, there's the thing. Okay, so... Wow, that's your jump? That is a pathetic little jump. That's a good question, Lord Harriman. I figured, like, the overland vehicle designed for the cold stuff was necessary, and I can't see. And I have lost the ability to see. This is me sitting here, by the way. I'm not moving. This is just my life now. Yeah, it appears to be a warmth barrier or warmth bubble like the vehicles are for oxygen. Could you stop bouncing for 5 seconds? Can you stop bouncing for 5 seconds? Is that something that's possible? Yeah, this... Oh my god, this is terrible. I should probably mention... So in order to steer, you have to do this with the camera. So this weird wonky wobbliness is steering. This is bad. This is bad. Oh my god. Ah! Yeah, let's stop. Let's stop. We're off the thing. For anybody who's stopped watching, we're off the damn thing. Yeah, we're gonna treat that as a health bubble, or excuse me, a heat bubble, and that's it. Okay, so it looks like it's not here, but it's north. Yeah, I was about to say Halo or Borderlands. That's another one. In Borderlands, you can steer with the mouse. I don't prefer that, but at least you get used to it very quickly and smoothly. Like a few seconds of, oh, right, I gotta steer with the mouse, and then you're fine. Yeah, that's kind of what I was picturing too, Kamek. Okay, so the only thing I know right now is to go north somewhere, and I don't know how to get north. And to go try to use the ping robots somewhere, and I don't know where. I think I have officially, no really, hit the point where my only options are roam wildly and hope to stumble into something, or Google it. I think we have actually reached that point. So there's our extremely in-depth, informative map. Okay, hang on. So there's, before anybody tells me, there's actually one thing we didn't do I actually forgot about. So we're gonna do the other thing. Look like. Unless there's no point in it. Is there any point to going to the teleport spot at the Phi Lab? I don't know, Sub-Zero. I have no way of telling that. Yeah, I'm a little myself, Grenzer. I'm gonna have to have some meat for lunch. Okay, so there's no point in going to the teleport. So, okay. So then I'm once again... Yeah, so this right here... You can't see my mouse. You see the green thing there? It's a teleport spot. But it apparently is not relevant. So, we have been to the Omega Lab, we've been to the Phi Lab, we've been to that lab, we've been to that lab. So the only thing we haven't been to is the Zero Lab, which I was just trying and failing to reach. So... There's Delta. Hang on. What? Oh, there are penguin icons. I didn't even realize that. God, I'm an idiot. I wouldn't have even noticed those were penguin icons if you didn't point it out to me. I need some water. Good God. That was... You know the worst thing for me when it comes to motion sickness? In the moment, it's usually not that bad. But for me, it lingers for quite a while. And that's when it starts to really get to me. Okay. Okay, so we have two options. Figure out how to go north, somehow, or go to the penguin spots. Yeah, I can't do VR for the same reason. I do have the remote. Like, I'm officially asking for help at this point. I am at the Google moment. I would Google this at this point. Oh yeah, I was talking about the motion sickness thing. Like I said, motion sickness usually doesn't hit me as hard. I know some friends who can't even play FPS games. Like, just typical FPS games, because it hits their motion sickness. Outpost 0 is reached from underwater. Okay, so let's do that then. Let's find the path north. I found it! It's right here! Hey! That'd be funny. What I could do, actually. Oh, hang on. Okay, so there's no visible path here north. Which is cool. Actually, in most cases, raising mouse sensitivity usually helps with FPS motion sickness. The suspected reason why is because that way there's no lag in between what you think the camera should be doing and what the camera is doing. Ergo, higher responsiveness means it's more under your control, and anytime something's more under your control, it tends to affect you less. Like, it's the same, there's several games in general which watching it is disorienting, but playing it is not, because when you're playing it, you're in control of it. You're the one doing. Now, I don't know how true that is. That's all the realm of speculation. Yeah, driving is another example there. But, that's the theory. Alright, so hang on. Stormtrucker, check the list. Let's see here. So, we've got... Dead Cells is on the list, isn't it? Oh, it might have been removed from the list. Hang on. That might have been one of the Dead Fruit games. We recently purged about 200 games from the list because they were dead fruit, just sitting there rotting at the bottom of the list. Yep, Dead Cells is actually still on the list. So I'll add that to Dead Cells. Done. No problem. Thank you. Whoop. You know, I've thought this several times now. You know what this game really needs? DirectD. No, what this game needs is a scanner module. This module system, the truck, best part of the game. Hands down. I love this truck. I love the modularity of it. I love the customization of it. This thing is awesome. It needs a scanner room. I need to not have to pop out of the truck, pull out my freaking Steeglide, and do this to figure out where I am and where I'm going. And then pop back in. Yeah, an actual map would be nice too, as we talked about in the last game. Yeah, a button to level out would be nice too. Right now it's just kind of, because there's no, in a lot of flight sims, but also in real life, there's a, what do you call it, altimeter? It's the thing that keeps track of where you are relative to the horizon, which is extremely valuable and helpful, especially in a situation where you're getting disoriented. In this game, there's no horizon, so you can kind of guess in many cases, because, you know, I can look down and go like, aha. But in general, it would be nice to be able to go and level out. What's the game, Chemic? I mean, it's possible I've heard of it. Then again, it's possible I haven't. Well, I don't think I've been here anyway, so let's just do this. Anyways, thank you very, very, very much, DirectD. Really? Thank you, DirectD. I did, Huthor. Sorry. I needed it, okay? Okay, so these are going towards Dragon Age block, the Zelda block, and the B RPG block. You got it. So, Gunslinger Call of Juarez is actually a game I'm familiar with. I don't know if anybody else would have an interest in that, but I'd probably accept that. I'd have to double-check tech issues, obviously. I can never speak for tech issues until we're there. Yeah, this is something I was probably supposed to find a while ago, considering that was the compass I just got. And that's like the Sea Glide. Oh no, that's the beacon.
Ah, jeez. These sea monkeys are gonna get me in trouble.
Poor Fred.
This is the third shipment that those buggers have gotten their weird little hands into. Now we're running low on flares, and I'm gonna have to search nearby nests for stolen cargo. They're lucky they're kinda cute. Raccoons of the sea, those ones.
I do not, Stormtrucker, mostly because I don't even remember it off the top of my head. I call it the nuclear submarine because it's a big custom rig for streaming. But I don't know what it is off the top of my head. I know I have a 3080 in there, a 5090, hang on, 5950X, I believe, for my CPU. I don't remember the rest. Bundle of RAM, bunch of NVMe MEs, which I'm running on, a whole bunch of SSDs, lots of extra hard drive space. This looks like it might be a thing. I mean, I also use this box for rendering and stuff like that, so I need to be able to render, play games, and stream games. This looks promising-ish. Alright, hang on. Let me delete your question right now, Eva. Let's see. Delete. Okay, it's gone forever. I'll never talk about the Life Dragon or the SMD or what the Echoes are afraid of. They're all deleted forever. I actually have a lot of questions in the queue because I've been busy. That's what the queue exists for. Some good rest, Evo. I do. Storage for us. I currently have, I think, 5 3.5s or whatever that are plugged in a series of external encasements or whatever they're properly called. I call them toasters. Okay. I think we found it. I mean, that sounds like fun to me, Dr. Winter, but then again, I'm a weirdo. It's a snowman. New blueprint synthesized. Snowman. I am not destroying that poor innocent snowman. He did nothing wrong. Oh, there's a sea glide fragment? Was I supposed to come here first? I mean, honestly, a sea glide fragment?
What did Altera use this place for?
Researchers here were trying to find me.
That's funny, because this is literally the last place I'm checking out at this point. I think that's pretty doable, period. Settle in 2 square kilometers of ocean, bordered by mountainous terrain to the north and west. The region of this plain is completely covered in snow and ice, left in a mostly permanent winter. Extreme weather events make for spectacular sky displays at all hours. For unknown reasons, it was selected by the architects a hub for their installations. Life in the air has flourished since the time of the enzyme, since the release of Enzyme 42 in the larger ecosystem. Get comfortable. You're a valued member of the Frost Pack. Yeah, that's cool. Sure I am. Yeah, like, what I could picture, Dr. Winter, is, so, for example, maybe there's a particular route which involves going upriver, you know, completely against the current, so it eats up more fuel. So maybe you don't want to do that, or maybe you don't have a truck, that, or excuse me, a sea truck that has the fuel capacity to do that trip. Or maybe it's lucrative to do that trip, so you want to do it despite the extra expense. Yeah, I think that would be cool, just kind of adding in some little management features to something like that. Harvest grow breads, refill engine oil and coolant, document completed samples, continue investigation into force field mechanisms, send in weekly report, varnish prawn suits, perform monthly patrol, recalibrate navigation, inspect all cabin air filters. I was debating if I would add pirates to that. I think in an ideal situation, I would make hostile interactions a toggle. But if you had it on, yeah, no, there would be pirates you would have to deal with, especially on the lucrative routes. And probably, like, just environmental damages and difficulties, like the weather, or the sea itself, or, you know, hostile fauna, that kind of a thing. I don't know. I feel like a lot could be done with that. Winning takes focus. Shot of something made by slaves. Alien Intruder, which we've heard a lot about at this point. One player acts as a game master, and one player assumes the role of the hive mind. The remaining players are scientists on a research mission. The hive mind is the puppet master pulling the strings of deception. The hive mind knows who the aliens are and who the scientists are. This player observes the game and tries to manipulate the alien intruders to eliminate all scientists. The hive mind wins if 3/4 of the scientists have been eliminated before completing their tasks. I've played like 5 variants of this in real life. The scientist's job is to survive and eliminate alien intruders or complete all tasks. The scientists do not know who the alien is. The scientists win if the aliens are dead or if they've completed all their tasks. The GM runs the session and ensures completion of different cycles. Hive mind will communicate to intentions directly to the GM, and the GM will tell players how their intentions play out. Game is broken up into phases. Each day, they choose to perform a task or spy on another player. And then the hive mind tells the GM if they would like to plant a seed of doubt on which spy result, if any, or eliminate the spy target of the alien, if applicable. This is done secretly between the hive mind and the GM. The GM then reports back to the results of the player's spying efforts, influenced or not by the hive mind. After which the scientist alien may have a 3-minute meeting to discuss the day's events, and they may elect to eliminate a scientist with a majority vote. Then they go to sleep and start the next day's cycle. Yeah, this is Mafia. Or Secret Hitler, or Werewolf. I actually enjoy those type of games, even though I'm really, really good at them once.
Hey, Sam, you want to say hi to my kids? I told them I'd show them a day in the life of a scientist.
Of course. Hi, Oren. Hi, Svea.
Tell us what you're working on.
Oh, this is a personal project.
Looks more like biology than robotics.
Yeah, I was just thinking, I know no one is on my side with this, but what if I just found a way to take care of the deadly bacterium?
I wouldn't say no one is on your side. I'm on your side.
I know, but you won't say anything to Emmanuel or Zeta or anyone.
What effect would it have if I did? I'm not exactly employee of the month right now.
I know. I wouldn't want you to risk more than you already have.
I'm sorry. I wish I could do more. What are you working on there? And what do you mean by take care of the deadly bacterium?
Is that thing still recording?
Oh, right. So, that was Sam, kids? I'll turn this off now.
By the way, to explain what I mean by that, the reason I will play the game very well once is I am a terrible liar. That's been true since I was a kid. And when I got into my teenage years, I just embraced that and kind of stopped lying. Not a big fan of it. Here's the thing. I am a lot better at maneuvering through social interactions, for lack of a better way to put it. So as long as nobody actually confronts me to my face and says, "Are you Hitler?" I can just kind of weave around things and say the right thing at the right time with the right tone to direct other players' attention. Because psychology, right? So I was playing Secret Hitler once, and I was Hitler, of course. And I knew that Don was one of the traitors. I forget what the faction is called, but he was on my side there. And I threw Don under the bus hard. Just threw him completely under the bus. And he was like weirded out by how I was doing it. But I was doing it so hard and so consistently. I'm saying this wrong. But what I was doing is every time someone would have a question about Don, I would point out a truthful statement about something Don said that was a little bit suspicious. Because Don is also not a particularly great liar. So, Don would be like, and I'd be like, And so, what do you mean? Well, did he really vote that way? Well, I don't know. How many votes do we have? Well, we had 1, so we have to have 3. Oh, so he had to have voted wrong. And I just shrugged, let them come with whatever, perspective they wanted on that. And I ended up winning. I actually won that. And I will never forget the look on Gary's face. Because Gary knows me. No, Gary's known me since the 90s. So he was gobsmacked that I was able to deceive him and completely bamboozle him. Because he knows I can't lie. He was in shock. I wish I had a picture of it. But the thing is, I can only pull that trick once. That trick only works once. The moment it has successfully succeeded, everybody knows to not listen to me from that point onwards.
While other teams have been pursuing more nebulous approaches to awakening the architects, I've tried to take a more practical approach. We know these part organic, part digital beings stored what they thought of as themselves on computers within their sanctuaries, and we know efforts to wake or communicate with them have been in vain. My theory is that to make first contact,
These digital ghosts must first be recombined with an organic component. As Dr. Kaz Slaney's classic study noted, we know they had means to grow cybernetic bodies and to transfer their data patterns between them. There is a known probable architect sanctuary in this sector, but entry is not currently possible. If I can get inside and present the right vessel, I do think we will be successful.
Lil wanted to know too much about architects. I could not let her. She was, what do you call them, Voltairan.
What did you think she would do to you?
She might have discovered the gateway to our home world. I thought it wiser not to take the chance.
Probably wise, if we're being honest. So, tell me that's not freaking it. Is that the zero base? I mean, I know it was like the first base, but if that's freaking it... But yeah, no, I think you're right, Kira. I think the game wants you to have Alan before you start hitting the bases. Because, I mean, they bothered to do the dialogue responding to things you find here with him. Do we have to get all the generals? Can we just get, like, one or two of them, Zocto? Aw, that sucked, Gimmick. I do tend to like those kind of social deduction party games, mostly because they're doable on the fly in almost any circumstance. All you have to do is know the rules, and you're kind of good.
What is this place?
It is architect technology. Standard for my people.
Well, nothing that your people do is standard to me. What is it?
This facility provides the means for rapid travel.
It seems to be inactive.
Without a vessel of my own, this site is not of any great utility.
I see.
Okay. I mean, every general's active? I don't know. Hey, look, it's another teleport thing, which I continue to not be able to do anything with. No, Act. Colossal waste of time, health, sanity, and money. I wish I'd never gone. I'll never tell you, Mockingbirds. Never! He just stonewalled her, that's all. Is this it? I can't scan anything here. I can't interact with anything here. Okay, this is neat and all, but I feel like I'm once again in the wall here. Like, alright, well, I found base 0. Now what? I didn't even get anything here, except for a few little lore tidbits. No, I had other unrelated issues, Act. I mean, I'm not a big fan of PvP in general, but this is going to sound strange. I tend to not look at party games as a PvP scenario. What I mean by that is I'm not really interested in winning, because that's not the goal of the game for me. The goal of the game is to have fun with my friends. And I know that sounds like a minor difference, but it does make the distinction for me relevant. If I'm to hop into Team Fortress 2 with a bunch of friends and just screw around for a bit, that's fun. Even though we're trying to kill each other. If I try to hop into Team Fortress 2 with a bunch of randos to win, then that's PvP, and I just have no investment or interest in that. A little dark. Got some titanium. Yay. Oh, there's the flashlight. Just gonna grab that. Drop a couple of those off. Wait, what did I say, Act? What did I say? The SteamWorld block, right. So what I need to do for that, Andy, is I need to look into how long this has been. It's going to happen. Let me just say that. The SteamWorld block is absolutely going to be added to the list. It hasn't yet because I need to figure out some specifics in making it work. And I haven't had time, and I'm sorry. But it is, you've already donated towards it. It's definitely going to happen. I'm interested in it. I'm probably going to put it on my list because I really want to play the SteamWorld games on camera. Anyways. Okay, so let's see here. How is the game living up to my hopes for the gameplay and story? It's a mixed bag. In some ways, there's some huge, awesome improvements, including the vehicle I'm driving around in right now. In other ways, I kind of want to be done with this game. I look forward to being done with it. As weird as that probably sounds. The SteamWorld block would be, so we're not doing the tower defense. Screw that. But we are going to go ahead and play SteamWorld 1, SteamWorld Dig 1, SteamWorld Dig 2, and then SteamWorld Heist, and then SteamWorld Quest, and then SteamWorld Build. I believe that's the full list in order. And they're awesome. Yeah, I'm a huge fan of that series. Let's see here. Do I have a precedent for shapes? Triangles. I'm big on the number 3, and I like triangles in general. Dr. Butcher says, when I start playing a game, I learn stuff, make mistakes, get a feel for it, and then start over from the beginning with the knowledge. Treat it like dipping the road. Do you ever do that? I used to. There were several games I used to do that kind of a thing with. In several ways, when I used to start really big games, that was how I do it. Dragon Age Origins and Oblivion are actually 2 examples that I can list right now. What do I advise someone to do after high school? I am smart enough to recognize they need to listen to someone smarter than me about what they need to do after high school. How do I make leaves happen? I know that sounds like a dumb thing, but I haven't been able to harvest leaves yet. I got peppers. How do I get leaves? Knife. Okay. You can do that, sure. Preston's, specifically Preston's. Okay. You know what, if we're gonna do that. Snowman. Which requires a rebreather and an oxygen tank. Yep, I'm gonna knife it like it's hot. Okay, so grab some Prestons. Best fruit to eat on its own uncooked. Watermelon. Best fruit as part of a meal? Probably apple, honestly. Okay, let's just do this. I want lots of those. Actually, what I could do. Yeah, let's commit to that. There we go. Okay. Okay, let's do this. Do I like sad games? I like good games. I have no opinion on whether they're sad or not. So I'm going to just take a snapshot of that map, so I have it. Yeah, and let's just go roam. Yeah, Valiant Hearts. Love Valiant Hearts. That was a sad game, but it was also a good game. I will say that something that I tend to not appreciate is when a game tries a little bit too hard to tug the heartstrings without earning it or doing anything else related to it. It's just like, hey, and then the puppy died, and it's like, okay. And the puppy died. Yeah, but okay. I guess I don't need salt anymore. I can just stop hoarding salt at this point. Now cry! Cry right now! It's like, but you... Okay. I have too many beavers. Let's, deal with this problem appropriately. No, I want to get the beavers. Oh my god. Okay. Valiant Hearts, Ross, the one we just talked about. I mean, it makes sense, doesn't it, Kevin? Very on brand. Let's see. All your foods are now slushified. What do you have for breakfast, lunch, and dinner? Steak, steak, steak. All right, let's see. Toss that in the water thing. Most unexpectedly sad game I've ever played. Honestly, that's probably Lufia 2, if I'm just being completely blunt. That game hit me across the knees like a frickin' baseball bat. Like that. 5. Hey, Shinizaga, I kinda hated it. Like, I'm not sure if it's negative worthy, but I kinda hated it. Preferred steak, flank, if I have a choice. Round is also acceptable. I like them to be well cooked. You know, medium well. Preferably with things like cheese or spinach or some other kind of vegetable additive. 5 more. I am not a big fan of asparagus. I'm not a big fan of rare, no. Like, I wasn't into Banjo-Kazooie, and GoldenEye kind of... I'm kidding. Actually, Cyberpunk hit the feels better than I thought. Cyberpunk, in general, was pretty damn legit on the story axis, and I will stand by and defend that. I have not, Stormchucker. It's a rather complex question, and I usually push those off a little bit. Okay, so... I don't think I can give a summarized opinion on the very concept of light warfare. So, let me think about how I want to summarize that. So, something they said in Shadowlands, which I actually really dislike, is that undeath is a state of being... Excuse me, I'm saying that wrong. Death is a state of being, and there's multiple different paths to it. And there's this line of dialogue where it's like, you were made undead by light, some people are made undead by necromancy, which was supposed to be one of the pillars of existence. And the whole thing just kind of made me go... Now, I get Huthor's going to yell down to my throat here. He's going to be like, "Oh, it's retconned and it's awesome." But I think this is actually a pretty bad retcon. I think the way that things made sense, the way that things were logical and lined up smoothly before a series of retcons happened during Shadowlands was awesome. I was actually pretty on board with how they'd codified things. And then they changed their minds again, probably because a lot of the core staff changed. What is happening? What am I getting stuck on? Anyways, so, having said all of that, I do think the idea of utilizing a powerful energy source, regardless of what that energy source is, in order to create a Type 4 undead makes a degree of sense to me, right? So, sure. But I sort of thought that that was going to be a rare and powerful exception, which I guess it kind of still is, and it will probably be abandoned forever, given the current direction the story's going. I doubt... I mean, it's been 5 years, and I doubt they're going to do anything with Kalia, and I doubt they're going to do anything with guess there's not many others left that are active that are Type 4 undead. I mean, they've been dropping Shadowlands hard. Not that I blame them for that, but it's still a thing they've been doing. I suppose let me readdress my perspective like this. In the Warcraft rewrite, which is something I'm doing someday, I will have to have a very serious think about how exactly I'm going to have something like a Lightforged undead. And I think what I would lean towards is not making Lightforged undead a thing at all. I think that it doesn't really add to the narrative. I don't think it really needs to be there. I think that she should just be Lightforged. We know that resurrection is possible in universe, in lore, I should say. We know that there's the ability to force someone into being a being of another primal energy source, which is what light forging is. So I would just make Kalia someone who was resurrected into a light forged.
Zeta, I have kind of a funny question for you. Have you picked up any kind of unusual interference during any of your robotics work?
You mean like Parvin looking over my shoulder and telling me I'm assembling my circuits wrong because it's not how his dad did it back in the day?
No. Like electrical interference in the audio or video. Any kind of flickering or clicking.
Huh, can't say that I have. Why?
Oh, so it doesn't extend as far as the bay.
What doesn't?
When Fred was bringing me to my eval, we detected something. Almost like an SOS.
At Delta? How retro. What was causing it?
I think architects are trying to communicate with us.
You always think that.
Look, it may be my job to always think that, but I'm very good at my job. Not that HR seems to care.
I won't breathe a word of this to Emmanuel.
Thanks. You're a good friend.
Okay, so where's my Dan? There it is. So I guess I need. Do I need to equip both of these? Jesus. All right. Put you there, I guess. Hey, Warcraft code. Yeah, I was being asked about Lightforged Undead and how I think they shouldn't be a thing. So I'm trying to figure out where I am based on this extraordinarily detailed and very helpful map. This is definitely not sarcasm. Okay, so there's that. Which means... Honestly, I'm actually kind of with you on that, Uthor. I know, shocking that you and I agree on something. I think the Titans being, you know, the orderers of the universe is honestly as high as they should have gone with that. I think that should have been the ceiling. Yep, Titans run around. They make stuff. The old god, excuse me, the void gods are a problem. End story. That should have been limit right there. See, I don't agree with that, Uthor. That's because I'm insane. See, we're back on the normal page. We're no longer agreeing with each other. Thank God. Oof, I was worried there. There it is. Okay, so go. Go. How do? Ah, okay. That is not what I was expecting to happen. Oh, Jesus, this thing. Oh, God, these controls. Okay, okay, hold up. All right. Companionship level, low. Infiltration value, low. Where's forwards? Is this forwards? This looks like forwards. Yeah, the Titans felt like a logical extension of most of the story, and they've also been woven into the story quite a while, in my opinion, in a good way. Tying in a lot of the origins of the races to Titanforge just felt like a logical extension of this is a planet that happened to have a lot of Titan facilities on it and stuff like that. Is that all that's in here? Also, why is self-destruct one of the options? See, it's funny you say that, Uthor, because I get why they wanted the original mystery behind the Titans, but I was okay with the Titans being explained. I was okay with, you know, okay, the mystery is unveiled. I mean, that happened in Wrath, for God's sakes. We knew who and what the Titans were a while ago, and I was okay with that. At this point, if Dragon Age 4 comes out this year, Warcraft Code, extremely unlikely. I have a very large queue, including WoW, to get through this year. Okay, so that's a bust. Let's go... Where's the door? Where's the door? I gotta orient myself. Okay, there's the door. How do I get over there? That way, I guess? Okay, we'll go this way. I know, I'll use the snowfox. Oh, wait, I don't hate myself. But anyways, point being, Titans, they exist. Snowfox fragment, cool. And the Titans effectively being removed from the narrative at the end of Legion, also with that. Logical progression. They've moved on, we've moved on. New chapter. I'm with it. It was one of many reasons why Legion was the end of that particular tale, is because it was... I shouldn't say tale. It was the end of the story. It was, alright, we're done. Moving on. Cool. I'm with that. Yeah, ironically, and I don't say this because I disliked BFA or Dragonflight, that's irrelevant. I do think that going straight from Legion to Dragonflight flows more smoothly. What am I listening to? Whatever. Okay, so this is not even on the map. And now it's nighttime, because of course it is. Which antagonist would I like to see take center stage in WoW? That's actually a good question. I haven't thought about that. Obviously, Warcraft has had some strong villains over the years, but most of them have been more interesting or more nuanced than just... Sorry, let me walk that back. A lot of the villains have been very stupid and mwahaha. The good ones have been more nuanced and more interesting. So at this point, we would probably need a new villain. Because Twitface, who's already dead, was not an engaging villain. I mean, we'll see, Warcraft Code. When that bar is filled, is when that run is funded. But that doesn't mean the run immediately happens, because we have a queue. Does that make sense, Warcraft Code? It means it gets added to the queue. If you're wondering what's taking so damn long, well, it's 3 Dragon Age games. Of course it's taking a while. Those are long games. Where the hell am I? This map is not helping, and I do not know where I am. See, I still disagree with you on that one, Huthor. But mostly because of what I literally just said. I do think that a direct switch between Legion and Dragonflight would have worked quite well. And I don't want to sing too many praises of Dragonflight, because I have issues with Dragonflight. Like, the main plot of Dragonflight is really, really, really dumb. Like, multiple negatives worthy dumb. I am super unimpressed with it. Obviously the pinky, Tim. And what else could it be? Whatever, I'm just gonna go west. This map is next to useless. Oh, that's another thing. The main character needs to be more of an actual important central character of the narrative in WoW going forwards. And I know what you're thinking, but Lar! That's what Huthor actually sounds like. I've heard his voice. He did some voice acting for the F9 Theater. I'm sorry, I shouldn't poke. I apologize. The reason I think that is because so far exactly one MMO has ever actually bothered to make us a character that matters. Every other MMO has dipped their toes in and out of that particular pool, WoW included. And I never realized how much I wanted to actually be playing a frickin' character who's part of the story until I did it. I know a lot of people are like, I just want to play some random adventurer who has no face and no name and no relevance of the story. And that's fine. I am not one of those people. Which game made me a character? Guild Wars 2. We are definitively a character in Guild Wars 2. A demonstrable, relevant character with pre-existing preferences and opinions and personality and voice acting. We are a part of the narrative. I think we have to go this way. Tor depends. So some of the class stories, yeah, absolutely. Past that, remember the smuggler who defeated the great Emperor of Evil. But I'll give you that. Tor also did that a bit. And I also did enjoy that about Tor Vanilla. So, Guild Wars 2 and Tor both proved the concept. And then in WoW, we're not even there. Like, we're not actually part of the narrative. We are simply over there in the corner. Like, there's actually a couple of cutscenes in Dragonflight I specifically plan to give negatives to cutscene incompetence for. Because, like, stuff happens, and then it cuts back to us standing right there, and I'm thinking, what were we doing while that was happening? Were we just standing there watching? We were just standing there watching, weren't we? But yeah, when I take over and start making my own WoW, I'm going to make the main character a goddamn character. And make us part of the actual cutscenes and actually have us interacting with the NPCs. Yada, yada, yada. That's happening. Luthor's gonna have to live with it. I don't like fish. I can't do fish. Where the goddamn hell am I? I think I'm here. If so, I'm sort of close to where I want to be. Out in a hailstorm. Okay. I don't actually know what you're referencing. What are the older models in context, Uthor? Oh, of course it can blow up. I mean, anything can backfire. Anything can be screwed up, right? I stand by my statement. It's one of the consequences, one of the downsides of being comfortable and actually liking who I am at this point in my life, is that I'm comfortable with being honest about my opinions, too. So I don't want to sound like I'm being dismissive or elitism. I do understand that it's something that's going to be difficult and tricky. But I do still think it should be done. It's like combining the Final Fantasies into one narrative. I think that should be done, and I think it can be done. I just think it's going to be hard to do. Ah, gotcha, Huthor. Yeah, no, that tracks. That makes sense. I'm not sure I would ding the game for it, but I agree with it at least. Okay, so that's south. So I'm coming from the north, which makes absolutely no sense. It is their prerogative to be wrong. Try not to be that much of a dick about it, but I mean, kinda, yeah. It sort of was something I sort of had to come to grips with if I was going to start writing. And the rewrite project, I know this is going to shock you, involves writing. And if I was going to be comfortable enough with my own writing to write, then I needed to accept that I can, you know, write what I write and not worry and fret endlessly about how many people are going to hate it. Because they are.
Dangerous weather approaching. Seek shelter.
People are going to absolutely despise what I've done with the stories of the rewrites. The end. End statement. I have literally already gotten negatives. I've already gotten negative comments from people who are like, oh my god, I can't believe we're doing X, Y, or Z with regards to the project. Keeping in mind the project's not even out yet. So, I don't understand the question, Ross. So I'm gonna have to stab you. Yeah. Oh, no, we're good. No, I enjoy Dragonflight quite a bit. I just think the plot is terrible. The non-plot story is excellent. Like, I'm actually really into the local regional stories and the individual quests and the characters. We get to see a lot of insight into... Like, basically all the NPCs who are not the Dragonflights, who are not the big dragons, are freaking awesome. In fact, when we got to the third zone, I can't remember the name of it, but it's the Azure Zone. Pax and I were just eating it up, like, oh man, this is so good. We were just absolutely into it. And then we had to go back to do the main plot, and it's like, oh, this sucks. Alright, let's get this over with. Huge contrast between the two. Okay, let's see if I can find the radio tower. Then I could at least have a landmark. Figure out what... I'm lost, by the way, if you're wondering what's going on here. Like, really lost. I have no idea where I am. I did like what they did with... Syndragos. I had to think about that for a second. I did like where they took that. Yeah, the Tuskar... Oh, God, I cannot stop gushing about the Tuskar. The Tuskar are legit. And I don't just mean that because they're the simple, down-to-earth people. They're just really, really well done. Also, Team Raytheon, while we're on the subject. There it is. Okay, so there's the trees, and there's the thing, which means I'm actually know where I am for the first time in a long time. So there should be thingy. Where the crap is that? Okay, so let's go up here. I mean, as much as I love Legion, I absolutely do. I will admit that Legion's main plot sucks up until one specific point, at which point it becomes the best main plot I've ever seen in a Warcraft game. And I am not being facetious about that. I still think that the main thrust of the plot, from a certain point on, pretty much from the invasion of the Exeter onwards, is awesome. It's something I couldn't help but gush about when I was doing the World of Warcraft series. Okay. Well, at the moment, neither Warcraft code. Dragonflight would have to be funded separately, just like any expansion is. Okay, so we got a thing. Goes up, and there should be... right here. Yeah, not for the first time. I think that WoW should follow FF14's model and format of main plot progression in terms of patches. It's getting more and more problematic the further into this I go. If anybody sees a penguin thing, please point it out. It's what I'm looking for. There's a penguin thing. There's actually 3 in this area, this opening thing. But there's one in specific, which should be towards the south end, and I'm looking for it. I am not finding it, and that sucks. I think we're too far. Yeah, we're way too far east at this one. It needs to be further south. I can't see any new questions. Sorry. Hang on, let me delete old questions. Worst use of Yoshi drums. I don't think I've ever... Mario World. I'm not sure I've ever really seen a bad use of Yoshi drums. I have the power to read minds, but can't inform any bit about it. What would be the point of that? I don't use it, ever. I'm the next big bad of WoW. What's my evil plan, and how do I get defeated? My evil plan is to convince the Horde and Alliance to stop fighting each other ever again. I am defeated because the writers of Blizzard are morons. Am I starting to enjoy WoW again? I mean, Dragonflight was enjoyable. With asterisks, of course, but every expansion's like that. I look forward to playing the rest of it in probably about a year or two, when it finishes coming out. I hope the main plot goes somewhere. Okay. So there's this, which means if I follow this, that goes down there. This should go up and around to the left. And with great luck, we'll be where I want to be. This abysmally drawn map that I'm slowly starting to hate. I'm sick to death of this goddamn thing. BFA stands for Battle for Azeroth. It's an expansion that is somewhat contentious. I'm actually more positive about it than most people I know, because I actually appreciate, that there are different aspects to a game other than certain big ones. Having said that all, I do think BFA was kind of the suck overall. It is specifically the moment I stopped being in love with WoW, and is specifically the moment where I kind of quit WoW. Anything after that was just kind of, eh. There were some really good local quests, which I know sounds like fun. Or it sounds familiar. And there was some fun with regards to certain mechanics, and they still... Here we are! This is what I was looking for. They added in some patches some of the better mechanics the game has ever had in BFA, and then they immediately abandoned them because monkeys for brains.
Ready for my assignment.
Jesus Christ. There we go.
Sam must have stashed this here.
Where was the thing where we could put this? I don't remember. We've already seen it. Where was the thing? Was that at the frozen Leviathan? Okay, thank you. That's what we look like, by the way.
See you later.
Go on, take the antidote.
Dangerous weather approaching. Seek shelter.
I say we actually specifically dropped a beacon up there. Right there, in fact. So heat. It's really bad, Mockingbirds. But here, just for you. Here we go, let's do it. Let... Alright, so, anybody who has motion sickness or any kind of visual disturbances, I'm going to warn you to not look at the screen for a minute. Because this is going to be how this thing is. Hang on, do I go this way? Yeah, I think I go this way. Alright, so hang on, it's this way. This is just how this thing drives. Okay. Yep, and we can't even make it over this thing. That's good. We can jump. We can jump. Yeah, we can totally... Okay, we can't make it. We cannot make it through here. All right, we'll find another path. Hang on. Hang on. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Yes, for Croatia! This thing is real... It's so bad, Mockingbirds. Like, if I'm really... What I'm doing right now is the tiniest bit of movements. And even this only works if the terrain is very flat, and I have plenty of room to maneuver in. Oh, here's the boost, by the way. That's the dash. Look at that. Yeah, that's pathetic. This thing is awful. Yeah, I was gonna say, remember, one of the things I praised was how both the Sea Truck and the Sea Moth played. Like just controlling them was smooth and awesome and amazing, and this thing is just... I am making microscopic little movements on my mouse right now to try and turn. Just the tiniest things. I'm also going the wrong way, I think. Oh, God, yeah, no, okay, no, we're done with this nonsense. Go. Back off, back off, back off, I'll kill you, Hang on, you gotta do your mandatory cutscene effect, which I can't do anything to. Then I gotta pull my knife out manually. And then I'm gonna kill you! Okay, cool. You know, honestly, the prawn is probably better in every way for land travel than the snow fox. I do not know why it's a thing. Okay. I think I know where I am. Yeah, health penalty high. You're fighting this thing. It does damage automatically. Enjoy. I try to be in a good mood, even when I'm playing a part of a game that's making me rip my teeth out. There we go. And I throw my teeth at people. I'm not sure, Shiny Zaga. See, the thing is, the prawn handles above ground just fine. Although it might be because the prawn's above ground and underwater physics barely change, so maybe that's why that is. I don't know. I don't know. Anything I do is just speculation at this point. It uses teeth as D4. So let's see here. The worst UI of a game that wasn't that bad 10 minutes in, but progressively gets worse the further you get in. I mean, I could go right back to the well of Chaos Gate Demon Hunters, but no, that UI was bad from the beginning. Let's see. I feel like there's a 4X game or a strategy game I've played where the UI didn't seem bad, and then the further into it you got, the more it was just like, oh my god, what am I doing? What am I doing? I'm turned around again. How do I get over there? God damn it, I was just over there. I'm having trouble. Guess I'm stupid. This way, maybe? I'm just guessing at this point.
Dangerous weather approaching.
That's nice, Mom. Kind of in a hurry, too, because I'm out of water sources, so that's neat. Ow. We'll go through those. Right. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I'm half an hour into my lunch break here. Because it's taken me this goddamn long just to go through this frickin' section. We're going to finish this. We're finishing this. And then the game's going to be like, here's what you do next. And I will know what to do next. And the game will open up. And it'll be like the heavens themselves have opened. And I will see the rays of light shining down upon me as the game finally comes into its own. And the end game nails it. Like, just completely sticks the landing. And it's going to be the best part of the game. It's going to be great. Especially since I now no longer can make chili today. Because I would need the half hour I just lost in order to make that chili. So that's not happening. Not sure what I'm going to eat for lunch at this point. Yeah, the beginning of this game, honestly, was pretty neat. And I liked a lot of the quality of life changes, and I liked several things they did. Nope, can't do that, Innocence. Must work. Must overwork self. Shortened lunch break. I mean, at this point, we're already at, like, currently, as of the second, at a shortened lunch break, so... Yeah, spoilers. The game sucks. Alright, so let's see. Where was that? It was up. It was up. Up. I think it was up. Pretty sure it was up. It was down. God damn it! Nope, it was right here. Antidote. Go. B. Do. Okay. Gross. Let me go stand right next to this extremely infectious bacterium, which wiped out an intergalactic superpower.
I believe the antibacterial agent was effective. Without it, the bacteria could have spread. Now it cannot. Your sister's memory will live in you through this gesture.
It feels good. Doing this one last thing for Sam. I feel like I got some closure.
My people do not experience endings as you do. Do humans feel joy in realizing that you've reached the end of something?
Sometimes. Closure is a sense of resolution, like knowing that even though it still hurts, it'll be okay. I did what I came to do. I found out what really happened to her, and I got to finish her work. I learned a little bit more about the person I've looked up to for, well, my whole life. I wish I'd told her that more. Sam always wanted to make a difference. She wanted the bacteria contained to keep everyone safe. I'm grateful to give her that. I just wish I could have said goodbye.
Also, Frozen Leviathan. Turns out it was walking around 1,000 years ago when it fell through the ice. It was infected with the Kara bacterium, the aggressive disease which wiped out the architects and almost life on this planet. It's unclear whether mutated Kara pustules present are responsible for the ultimate demise of the creature. Since the enzyme cure was released, the bacterium has all been eliminated. Rare specimens like these provide our only live source. Research on the bacterium has been transferred to the secure Omega laboratory, while further research on the creature will be conducted at the excavation site. I don't think I have a gun, but hang on, let me... Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's about what I got. You know, I can agree with that, Shiny Saga. So anyways, that's, it? Now, I don't want to sound negative, but what I was expecting to happen was that I would do that, which I just did, and then there would be no further direction at all. You'll notice, nothing else has happened, and I have no idea what to do. In fact, by all intents and purposes, the game feels like it's done. I feel like I just beat the game. Our goal for coming here has just finished. We found out about the research they were doing. We found out what happened to the people who were living here. We finished the work of our sister. We're done. And yeah, that's the only reason I'm still streaming right now instead of pausing right now, is I was waiting for something to happen when we walk out. But nothing's happening. Huh? Now, I know, if you're paying attention, and I don't blame you if you're not, there's one unfinished thing. Literally one. Making the organs and the tissue. You know, finishing making his body. But nothing has been pushing for that. And apparently getting markers from Alan is RNG? Really? Or, yeah, or mindless exploration, or just roaming and hoping. Yeah, let's get some lunch. Let's think about this. Let's process this for a bit. Something I want y'all to be thinking about. Do you think it's worth just waiting for RNG and mindlessly roaming, or do you think we should just give that negatives and, you know, go ahead and Google it? Don't answer now. I'll be back.